Okay, I think we're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Alan, can we go on the record, please? Good morning. Today is the sixth evidentiary hearing of the Massachusetts Energy Facilities Siting Board. In docket EFSB 22-01, Eversource Energy's Certificate of Environmental Impact and Public Interest for the East Eagle Substation. Good morning and welcome, everyone. To start, I want to explain how to use Zoom today to ensure that everyone can fully participate in this public hearing from the start. We have interpreters who will be translating from English to Spanish and Spanish to English. To select your desired language, click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and select English or Spanish so that you can hear everything said today with interpretation as needed. I will give you a moment so you can do that. For audio-only participation, attendees can dial in at 646-558-8656, which is not a toll-free number, and then enter the webinar ID 836-9233-7532. Simultaneous English to Spanish and Spanish to English interpretation will be provided. Please do not check the box that says mute original audio. We recommend this so you can still hear the voice of the actual speaker faintly in the background, but mostly you will hear the voice of the interpreter. Dial-in participants will hear the speaker's voice without interpretation, as Zoom does not offer interpretation for dial-in participants. However, all comments made by dial-in participants on this number will be interpreted into Spanish or English. I'm going to pause while the interpreter repeats the instructions I've just given above in Spanish. My name is Donna Sharkey. I'm the presiding officer in this proceeding, and I am conducting today's sixth day of the evidentiary hearings. As part of the bench today are other members of the Siting Board staff: Andrew Green, Director of the Siting Board, Joan Evans, General Counsel, and Wayne Wong, Siting Analyst. Please note that this hearing is being recorded by our stenographers, and video recordings of both the English and Spanish streams will be posted to the Siting Board's YouTube channel for viewing. Please remember our guidelines to use in speaking at this evidentiary hearing. There is a court reporter participating remotely who will transcribe everything said during the hearing. As we are all relying on internet connections or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical problems. Please speak slowly and clearly to allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to the video of the person speaking and my video. I will raise my hand as a sign on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. Are there any matters that the parties would like to raise today before we resume with questions for the company's witnesses?
The company has a brief issue that I'd like to discuss. It relates to the timing of responses to record requests. There's a handful, plus or minus, from last Wednesday that under the ordinary sort of rules, the timeline for responding would be a week. And would be arguably due today. There has been nothing but intervening hearings during that time, as well as a holiday. And we're doing our best to respond, but we may need for at least till it appears till Friday to respond to some of them. So if that is not a problem for the the staff or for the parties, we would request permission to have at least till Friday to respond to those rec requests from last Wednesday.
Ms. Rubin, do you have any objection?
We do not have objections, although we may request an extra day for the initial briefing, just in order to have the time that we would need to review those responses.
I understand. Mr. O'Brien,
No objection.
Mr. Hopper,
No objection, thank you.
thank you. In that case, Mr. Rosenzweig, we have no problem providing you with that additional latitude. Hopefully, if we are able to end up with some additional time with regard to the topics that we otherwise would address on Thursday, then that will provide you with additional time to be able to provide the responses. If there's any that are going to be significantly extended, we'd appreciate your letting us know, and the potential time frame for those responses that may require additional time.
Thank you. We will do so. And if and to the extent we can get some responses in today, we will do so as well.
Thank you. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
Not on our end.
In that case, we will resume with questions for the company's witnesses. And I believe the topics for today are environmental protection, public health, and public safety, and later in the day, public interest, convenience, and necessity. We're going to begin today with staff questions for the company's witnesses. I would remind everyone of the company's witnesses who are testifying today that you've already been sworn. And if there's anyone new, I will rely on Mr. Rosenzweig to alert me of the need for an additional witness to be sworn and to offer testimony. Thank you. Mr. Wong, do you have questions for the company's witnesses this morning?
I do, just a couple in addition to what I had last week. Okay, good morning, panel. So some of you may have been on the hearing last night, and did I freeze again?
No, you're fine.
Okay, sorry. So some of you may have been on the hearing last night, and so last evening, Dr. Britta Lundberg brought up the fire at Newton's Eversource substation on Monday. Could the panel tell me if you're familiar with this accident?
The witnesses can speak to the extent of their knowledge. I would say that the matter is undergoing investigation, ongoing investigation by Eversource. And my understanding is there are limited details at this point, but certainly we can do our best at this point to provide whatever information the company has available. So I defer to the experts to provide whatever testimony they may have.
Mr. Rosenzweig, if the witnesses could tell us what they know now, and we may in fact supplement our questions today with yet another record request to provide us with the details once the results of any investigation that the company is conducting become available. Mr.
Thank you.
Wong?
Thank you. So could the witnesses or one representative speak to their familiarity with the accident?
From the technical side, what I know is, as Mr. Rosenzweig said, is very limited at this point. There was a work crew that was in the process of switching a piece of equipment out in preparation for routine preventive maintenance. The during that switching process, an electric arc was initiated. The electric arc was cleared by the protective equipment in the station. There was an employee injured. The employee was wearing all of the necessary personal protective equipment at the time of the event, which prevented his injuries from being more severe. And really, that's about the extent of anything that I know right now from the technical perspective.
Do you know what equipment specifically failed, Mr. Zico?
There was I have seen some reports that it was a
Correct.
cable.
We're still in, I think right now we're still investigating.
Well, and to be clear, Ms. Engstrom, we would expect that if Mr. Zico needed to clarify his response, it would be done so in a later response to a record request we expect to
Yes.
promulgate.
As Mr. Rosenzweig had stated, we're still in the process of investigating. As Mr. Zico alluded to, he gave you an overview as to what we do know. And as we learn more information, if you would like a record request for us to supplement our response, we certainly can. But at this time, what Mr. Zico has provided is what we know.
Could I follow up, please? Could I follow up? Mr. Zico, can you explain to me what you mean for a layman, a non-engineer here, what you mean by a particular piece of equipment arced? In general, if you don't know what that particular piece of equipment did.
In general, an electric arc is the flow of electricity through air, basically.
Coming out of the piece of equipment that was being moved.
It was the equipment was being switched out in preparation for preventive maintenance. And when I say switched out, I mean isolated from the system.
I will just add that we have a dedicated regulatory affairs team who, remains in constant contact with the DPO. When an event like this occurs, we notify the Department of Public Utilities immediately and provide them with any information that we have at that time, which is exactly what we did in this instance as well.
Ms. Engstrom, we are not in any way criticizing the company's response.
Understood.
However, one of the witnesses in the hearing yesterday did raise the issue as a matter in connection with her discussion related to public health and safety. So that's why we were anxious to obtain any information that the company did have available now, that in the context of her discussion on the record yesterday.
Hearing Officer Sharkey, if I may, considering that we don't have the full details of this incident and this is going to be under investigation and none of us are certain at this point how long, if we could talk about just in generalities what we do in an incident like this, how we respond, who's on scene, and those kind of things, that might be a little bit more helpful considering we don't have the exact information of this incident and it will be under investigation for some time.
I think, Ms. Bowden, that would be helpful. In addition, I believe that it would also address any potential concerns regarding how the company regularly responds to these types of incidents, if in fact they occur at the company's substations.
Absolutely. I can start from a community standpoint and then I'll kick it over to someone else to take the technical. But from the community standpoint, we receive an alert letting us know that there's been an incident. At that point, whatever we're doing, we drop it, we stop, we get on site. We ensure that the site is safe. We look into the neighborhood as needed. We talk to neighbors and residents that may be outside. If there are need for evacuations, we work with the fire department, the police departments to ensure those are done in a way that's safe, timely. We continue to provide updates to the community as we're on site. We don't leave that site until things have calmed down, so to speak, and that could be, depending on the incident, 4 hours, it could be 16 hours. So from a community standpoint, the community relations personnel are on site during that entirety of an event that reaches this level. Throughout that event and in the days following as well. And from a technical standpoint, Erin, do you want to talk about the regulatory standpoint before we jump to technical?
Yeah, I mean, I think I touched on it just now. Similar, we work very closely with operations. We're informed when there's an incident like this that occurs, given that we need to notify the regulators. There was media that was on site. We let the regulators know if that occurs, and we ensure that the information that the media has is factual. And, when you have a situation like this, sometimes things, as different stories align, different stories occur, even from, our local fire and police chiefs. So we work every day in community relations with educating our fire and police departments on what it is we do, electrical safety, working near and around our equipment, and what to do in situations like this. And we drill with them all of the time as well. So we have an electrical safety program that we work with local fire departments on. And so they know how to call these in to our organization, but also how to best respond in these situations. So as Mr. Zico alluded to, we also employee safety is of our utmost importance at Eversource. And so, we were very happy to hear that the employee was wearing all of the necessary protective equipment, the PPE, as Mr. Zico had stated.
Thank you, Ms. Engstrom. And then Mr. Zico, if you just want to talk about some of the things that we have in place at our various substations to, prevent these incidences from becoming bigger than they could potentially become.
So, yes, thank you, Ms. Bowden. So, as I said earlier, the short circuit or arc was cleared by the protective relaying in the station. That's what it's there for. On top of that, if these incidents do occur, that's why we have the safety programs and the PPE, personal protective equipment for the employees, so that if something does happen, it prevents or minimizes the amount of injury to them. Once the scene is made safe and any injured employees or any other injured persons are attended to and restoration efforts are safe to begin, we do have a team within the company there. It's an engineering team that will do the investigation in concert with the safety department, the station operations department, as well as any other regulatory agencies. They coordinate all of that, and that's what they're working on right now. Again, that's in progress and will probably take some time to complete.
Mr. Zico, is there a standardized emergency response plan that is specific to substations?
I do know that there is an emergency number posted in every facility. You have to call in, announce yourself as to what work you're doing in the station. As far as what's written down, I'm not personally aware of a document like that.
Well, I was just curious because Ms. Bowden had described a number of steps that the company takes in response. And I was wondering if those response are customized with regard to substations in particular.
So the response that I just gave was more or less limited to, the technical aspects of things. As far as what might happen from the, external relations perspective, I can't comment on that. I'm just not familiar with that area of the company.
That is not limited to just substations. We have incidences where it's maybe a car to pole, and then there's an incidence where we've lost customers due to that. We also have the safety of that driver who might have hit the pole. We have many different incidences where those steps that I described could be implemented, and it's not just for substation incidents, but in general, these are the steps that we take when there's an event that arises.
So does that mean there's a generalized emergency safety plan rather than one specific to the particular type of energy facility that might be experiencing an emergency?
And I just want to clarify, when I say lost a customer, I mean power outage. So we might experience downlines where we're losing power to homes and residences and businesses. As far as a written form, we do have an emergency response program that we take pride in, that we stand up for in weather events and events, such as substation events like we seen here on Monday. Ms. Engstrom, I see you coming off mute if you want to talk a little bit more about ERP as our former liaison officer.
Yeah, Mr. Hallstrom had alluded to our emergency response plan last week during testimony. The emergency response plan covers, as Ms. Bowden said, mainly weather events, but we also activate our incident command structure for all sorts of different events, depending on the level and severity of those events. And we go through those trainings. The entire Eversource employee base is trained on the incident command structure and our emergency and all hazards response plan. And the all hazards plan is the all-encompassing emergency response plan, and our specific state ERP, which is what we follow, say, during weather emergencies, is one subset of the all hazards plan, but it also includes cyber, business continuity, different types of attacks, different types of breaches on our system, whether that's IT or physical breaches on our system, as well as employee safety. And so, do we have a specific employee safety or a safety plan regarding substations? We would need to take a record request. Mr. Hallstrom would have been the best person to answer that question, and he's not on the panel today.
Ms. Engstrom, just to add to your comment there, additionally, the board here has, in our final decision, and I can't remember which underlying case it was, but we've been directed to get you an emergency response plan for the substation that we're here talking about today. And I believe that is forthcoming, and that will be something in writing that the community, as well as the board and everyone, will have to see and understand how Eversource will respond in emergent situations here in this East Boston community.
Well, I think I'd like to ask a record request, which would be record request EFSB 21, which would be for a copy of the incident report when it becomes available for the incident that Dr. Lundberg identified yesterday in the transcript that occurred, I believe, Monday at a Newton substation. And as part of the response, if the company could identify the emergency response procedures it would undertake as part of its response to a similar incident, if it were to occur at the proposed East Eagle substation.
Presiding Officer Sharkey, may I just add to that if possible? Could we get a copy of what Eversource filed with DPU regarding this incident? I think Ms. Engstrom said that there was a report that was filed, and I'm aware of those reports. If we could get a copy in this docket of what was filed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sharkey, unfortunately, Mr. Hallstrom, who was obviously a busy person, was unavailable this morning. He is endeavoring, I think, to get on momentarily. And he may have more information on some of these questions that arose. But if he's unable, or if that's not the way the board wants to proceed, we will do our best to respond. I do know that in some instances, these types of incident reports and root cause analysis that may flow takes weeks or even months to be investigated. And so there's a practical timing issue. We certainly can describe in the shorter term what we know and what we're able to share with as a matter of this proceeding, as well as the emergency response actions and plans and procedures that are applicable. But it may be that the full analysis of what occurred and what was the causal factors and what were remedial actions might be taken maybe far out in the future and beyond sort of the timing of this proceeding. So I just want to set expectations of we will respond and do so as completely as we can, but there may be other information down the road that may not be available within the time frame of this matter.
I understand, Mr. Rosenzweig, and to the extent you can provide us with useful information within the time frame of this proceeding, that would be helpful in resolving questions related to public health and public safety.
Yeah, we understand that. I just got a text from Mr. Hallstrom, who I've been communicating with, that he's stepping out from where he was presently occupied or heretofore occupied, and he will be getting on. And if there's some aspect of the questioning where the answers were not sufficient, he is in a more hands-on level of information than I think other members of the panel at this point. So if the board wants, when he joins the panel, questions could be repeated, if you will, and see what his responses are.
I also know he is scheduled to be available on Monday. And so if there are difficulties with his availability today, which I think was originally anticipated, then we can always address those questions on Monday.
Thank you.
Mr. Wong, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
That's no problem. I'm just wondering if I should wait for Mr. Hallstrom to come on to ask a couple follow-up questions. Mr. Rosenzweig, you stated he'd come on momentarily. Is that your expectation?
Yes. It may take a few minutes. He was having his computer restart because he had a problem. So it may take a few minutes. I would suggest if there's other issues, let's continue on, and perhaps we could resume that at a break, after a break, excuse me.
Okay. Could I, so in the meantime, could I ask, so Mr. Rosenzweig, you had stated that before the investigative report is able to be provided, that you would endeavor, that Eversource would endeavor to provide maybe a short summary in a more quicker time as to what happened. Is that correct?
Yes, and I kind of leave it to the witnesses to describe what may be known within, let's say, a week's time versus what may become the subject of further analysis and testing and root cause type of investigation over a more extended time. I'm not aware of those details, and I think perhaps some members of the panel, like Mr. Zico, may have
Yeah.
more familiarity with that.
So what I'd like to add to the to Ms. Sharkey's question is that I think the way this accident relates to this substation is we'd like to understand if there's similar types of equipment there, or if the type of emergency suppression such as fire mitigation are the same, or if the vintage is the same. So if you could sort of work that into your answer provided, I think that would be really helpful to us, because we would like to, it's understanding it's a different substation, but we want to know how it relates to this substation and its emergency and public safety aspects. Does that make sense?
We can do our best to address that. Yes.
Thank you. And
Mr. Wong, if I may, Mr. Hallstrom was actually able to join us. He got on pretty quickly.
I saw that. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hallstrom. Thank you for joining us. We had just a few quick questions on your Eversource's emergency response. Ms. Sharkey, did you want to repeat your questions, or should I just ask my follow-up?
Why don't you ask your follow-up, Mr. Wong?
Okay. So earlier, Ms. Bowden and Ms. Angstrom discussed the ERP, the emergency response plan. Can I confirm that that plan is a general plan for Eversource's practices? And so my question is the understanding correct? And also, does each substation have its own plan based off of what equipment's in the particular substation?
Yes. So good morning, everyone. So we have I'll call it an umbrella plan, an all hazards plan that sets the structure for many different types of events. It could be a hurricane, it could be the pandemic, it could be loss of a facility, and within that plan it sets out roles. We have an executive committee that I chair, that whenever there's an event, we come together and kind of oversee the kind of the highest level of the plan, really to make sure that the plan is being implemented and that the people kind of responsible for the actions have the resources they need. So then under this all hazards plan, we have specific plans like our hurricane ERP plan. We have business continuity plans, and we have other kind of separate plans to handle specific events. In the event of a substation issue, that would fall under our all hazards plan, and we would identify an incident commander depending on where the event was, and in terms of where it is in our on our footprint. And that incident commander would most likely be the vice president of substation operations for that state. And then from there, we would, depending on the circumstances, we would adjust that all hazards plan. So, to answer the question directly, we don't have a station by station plan. We have, like I say, an all hazards plan that we pull together. And again, that's made up of technical people as well as government relations people and community people and communications people. And, people are trained, I'll say somewhat generically, and then we adapt to the situation at hand.
And just along those lines, again, I would like to add that the East Boston substation that we're talking about here in this case will have its own emergency response plan as directed by the final decision in one of the underlying cases.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden, and thank you, Mr. Hallstrom, for the overview. I was going to ask a follow-up on Ms. Bowden's statement. So I think I found the condition, which is condition Y of the project change proceeding. So my question then is that it sounds like it is, but could you confirm that such a emergency response plan for a substation, in this case, the East Eagle substation, is particular to this substation in that it's not always the case that you have a plan like that?
Mr. Wong, if I could just ask, just so Ms. Bowden has access to that, could you share the condition that you're referencing and provide her an opportunity to review it, and then she can comment? Thank you.
Can you see it, Ms. Bowden?
Yes, 1 second. If you wouldn't mind repeating the question for me, Mr. Wong.
So I just wanted to confirm that what Mr. Hallstrom said is that in most cases, you would not have a particular emergency response plan for a particular substation.
As the president of Electric Ops, I would agree with Mr. Hallstrom. We take an all-hands approach to every an event and incident in every substation, and we treat it with urgency based on every event that happens, whether it's substation again, or like I said, car to pole or anything. We take an all-hands approach as a company to get out, recognize the event, see what happened, determine next steps, and those kinds of things. It's definitely all hands and one sort of sorry, Craig, I see you going.
No, but I think, I mean, again, to answer the question, I think we spoke about this earlier. You know, for this particular substation, we agreed to create a plan specific to this plan before the station goes in operations. And what that'll be is, again, a plan that sits under this all hazards plan that'll deal specifically with this, you know, with the East Eagle station. But it'll be components of existing plans that we have, but we'll create that plan and put it under the all hazards plan.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. I guess that goes to the reason I asked the question was I wanted to know if what we would be receiving as part of condition Y would be your all hazards plan, or if it'd be specialized to the substation.
We can provide both. We can provide you the all hazards plan, and we can provide you, and I'll just call it an addendum under the plan that deals specifically with East Eagle.
Okay.
Mr. Wong, did you mean as part of the record requests that we
No,
just made, or as part of the compliance filing in the project change decision?
I guess I'm just trying to understand what we're getting with the compliance filing. So if it has to come under two filings, then, you know, if one is a record request and one is through the filing, then that's fair. I more so was just trying to understand what we would be getting with the filing.
Yeah, I do think just as sort of a provisional matter, the condition Y compliance filing would be in compliance with condition Y prior to operations of the substation, and would include whatever elements are required under condition Y that apply to the new substation. But with respect to the existing plans that were described by Mr. Hallstrom and Ms. Bowden, to the extent you're looking for those now, we can include those in the response to the record request that was posed earlier.
Which would also have the advantage of providing that information as part of the record in this proceeding.
Okay, Ms. Sharkey, was that already requested?
I believe that the as part of the record request, we've asked for the incident report, or to what extent the company can provide at least a preliminary discussion of what it expects to be presented in the incident report, as well as the company's ERP filings that are made at the department as part of the annual filings, I believe, that it makes at the department.
I think that wasn't what I was asking. I was asking for the specific report that the company filed with the department relative to this issue, to this incident in Newton a couple days ago. I believe the company has to make a incident-specific filing with the department with as much information as it has at the time, and I'd like a copy of that, please, in this docket.
Thank you for clarifying, Ms. Evans.
Mr. Wong, if I may, the all hazards plan was actually provided to the board in the underlying project change proceeding. I believe it's GR-F-6-1.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah. That's GR-F-6-1.
Thank you. Okay, so I have just one more question on this topic, and I'll move on to my final line of questioning. But so this might have been talked about in an underlying file case or a proceeding, but do each of the substations that the company operate have operations and maintenance manuals separately, or is this also a conglomerate of all your substations?
So the operating manuals would be the operating manuals that manufacturers provide for the specific equipment. And then we have, as far as maintenance, there is a maintenance schedule for the equipment in the substation. That's on a cycle. So relays get tested X amount of years, breakers get tested X amount of years. So there is a maintenance schedule for that.
And Mr. Hallstrom, the maintenance schedule is just so I understand. Maintenance schedule is for all the substations. Is that correct?
Well, it's really substation specific, because it depends on the types of equipment in each substation. So, we don't say we maintain every substation every 4 years, so to speak. It depends on the type of equipment. If it's an oil breaker, a vacuum breaker, an electronic relay, or an analog relay. So it's really kind of a compilation by substation based on the types of equipment in that particular substation.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. I'm going to move on to.
Before you do, Mr. Wong, could I just follow up with a few questions?
Yep, I was going to ask the bench had questions. Go ahead.
Yes, again, on the topic of substation safety, I'm interested in going a little further into this. Obviously, this is a concern, certainly in a proceeding where we're looking at a substation to have an incident happen simultaneous to the proceeding. So I think we want to make sure we get the best information on the record as we can. With regard to historical experience, can the company describe its general sense as to the safety characteristics of substations in terms of how they've performed over a period of time, whether that's 5 years, 10 years, or however the company keeps its records, to determine statistically the safety profile of the company's fleet of substations?
Well, so maybe I can start, and then maybe John, you can jump in. So certainly, the incident in Newton the other day was extremely unsettling for us. The good news is the employee with all the safety gear received received injuries that, he'll recover from fairly quickly, and in that case, it really wasn't a substation piece of equipment that failed. It was a tool that the employee was using that right now before is what it looks to be. The investigation is ongoing. But it looks like a tool rather than a piece of substation equipment that caused that issue. These types of issues are very rare. They don't happen often, for in terms of the reliability of our substations. We do track reliability metrics for our substations, which I think is an indicator of performance in terms of when substations come offline because of issues. But the issue in Newton is extremely rare. Unfortunate that it happened when it did, because I know it raises questions, here. But again, it was rare. There wasn't a fire. There was certainly smoke from the electric arc, yeah, like I say, very, very unsettling, but rare.
So there's a lot there to consider in your response. So let's try to address the different components. So in terms of metrics of safety performance, you alluded to station, either reliability or uptime or something to that effect. Was that how you described the measurement?
Yes, we track reliability statistics for, we can break them down by substation, just like we can for kind of the overhead, underground, or the whole system. Now, in order to, lots of things happen in substations. Animals sometimes cause problems, but in order to kind of peel it away to look at reliability based on incidents like the other day would be somewhat difficult, but I think the reliability of substations is a good indicator of how the time that substations are online.
And you think that sheds light on the safety issue as well?
Well, again, I mean, the incident the other day is extremely rare. There isn't a lot of situations that an operation causes the substation to go out and an employee gets injured. Those are thank goodness.
I'm sorry, and what gets injured?
An employee gets injured. I mean, those situations are very rare, and I'm trying to think of a way that we track that, but
that's exactly what I'm after too, is how the company tracks it, so that we can use a numerical reference rather than just a perception or sort of sense of safety, but actual measured data. And that's what I'm looking for. Are any metrics that you would point us to shed light on the question of how safe are Eversource's substations in their operations over some historical period of time? That could be, again, operational uptime, or conversely, outage time. With regard to the station staffing, it could be lost time due to injury or accidents. I'm just, speculating here, but these are the kinds of things that I'm looking for your guidance in terms of what measures or metrics are available to evaluate the safety profile of the fleet of Eversource's substations, not any particular individual substation.
Yeah, and perhaps we would have to take that back and if I was going to say what's the most common reason why a substation comes offline, it's probably animals. It's probably mice chewing into control wires, things like that. It's certainly not employee, operations of the system. So we would probably have to take that back and think about how to pull the data apart. Like I say, we can provide high level reliability for substations, but I'm not sure that answers the total question.
I think rather than improvising a record request right now, I'd like to perhaps during a break confer with my colleagues so we can formulate a definitive record request that will get us the information we're looking for, and we can discuss that on the record later today, perhaps. Will you be available throughout the hearing today, or is this just a short appearance?
Well, if I knew what time you wanted to talk this afternoon, I could work to try to make myself available.
Or perhaps even just taking a 5-minute recess now to formulate the question and come back on the record would be the most efficient use of time.
That works for me.
5 or 10?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that would work best. It would allow to Mr. Hallstrom to be available now and to provide any preliminary information, as well as kind of close off the issue on the record, not be separated by time. And
But before we take that break, I just want to ask another clarifying question to help us in our formulation of this request. Mr. Hallstrom, you just before distinguished between substation equipment being the cause of an incident versus a tool or some other type of equipment or procedure, perhaps. Is that what you were saying?
So, so we're doing our investigation, but based on what I've seen, I would say that's my preliminary thoughts based on what I've seen on the incident. But we're doing a full investigation with internal people. We're bringing external people in as well to make sure we fully understand what happened here. Because again, like I say, this is not something that happens very often. This is somewhat of a one-off.
Before we go,
just to clarify, I just want to make sure I understand. You're talking, Mr. Green, about the safety component, correct?
I'm sorry, talking about what?
A safety incident at a substation rather than something happening to our equipment at a substation, because as Mr. Hallstrom alluded to, other things may happen, such as an animal may get into equipment, but that results in a safety incident.
Yeah, I was drifting back really to the Newton situation, the Newton incident, where I think Mr. Hallstrom was trying to clarify that it may not have been a substation equipment failure as much as it might have been some tool or perhaps apparatus that's brought on the site as part of a maintenance procedure. Obviously, all to be determined, but just that was the context for my question to Mr. Hallstrom. And to go a bit further with that line of inquiry, from an overall safety perspective, does it really matter from a public safety perspective whether the root cause of an incident at a substation is the substation equipment itself or a tool that's used, brought on site that leads to an incident, or perhaps an error in procedures that leads to an incident? An incident happens, and there are obviously different causal factors that can underlie that, but that doesn't diminish the concern about public safety, does it?
No, I agree with you. It doesn't matter what caused the event. The event occurred. The protective systems that we've spoken about here, the relaying systems, worked as designed. So the like I said earlier, there was no fire, there was smoke from the arc, but the relay systems that are designed to protect the substations from more of a, I'll say, a catastrophic failure that would maybe escalate outside the confines of the station and impact, surrounding areas, community. Those systems all worked and took the equipment offline quickly, as it's designed to do.
So I know we have a pending question here to get a report and learn from the investigation that the company will be conducting, but you have said something about this incident that is different from what has been reported in media accounts, and I would like to at least see if there's an immediate clarification we can get onto the record. You've said that there was no fire from this incident. Is that correct?
It is correct. There was smoke, but there was an electric arc that gets extinguished when the protective relaying systems operate, and that generates smoke. Because there's heat, there's insulation in the conductors, those types of things. But there was no fire where the fire department had to come and extinguish the building, so to speak. Once the smoke was cleared, our people were able to enter the building, and we continue to work in the building.
Another item that was reported in several of the accounts that I had seen yesterday, again, correct or incorrectly, use the word explosion. Was there an explosion during the course of this incident?
It was an electrical arc. So an electrical arc, and I think many people on the panel knows, there's noise that's involved, there's smoke that's involved, there's a flash that's involved. That's what occurred. It was an electric arc, a fault to ground.
If I may add, maybe this may help clarify it. Fire, at least from an engineering perspective, is defined as trying to not get too technical here, but it's defined as a rapid oxidation of material. An electric arc, as I had testified earlier, is like the breakdown of gas, in this case air. When the air broke down, the insulating property of the air broke down and it began to conduct electricity, the air heated up. That heat, as Mr. Hallstrom testified, created the smoke, but it also caused the air to expand, which would make a sound that is similar to what an explosion would make. But I'd emphasize it's not an explosion.
So in lay terms, I guess I think of an explosion as producing some type of a shock wave, a physical force emanating from the region of whether it be fire or some combustion or oxidation. Does the arc you're describing, Mr. Zico, produce a shock wave of some kind?
The arc, it does produce a shock wave, yes, it from the expanding gas. I again, just kind of talking it over here, I tend to think of an explosion as something that occurs when the gas expands in a confined space, which was not the case here.
Yeah, and again, there was no damage to the structure, and I would suggest the media wasn't there when it happened, and they have certain words they use to describe events, but there was no fire damage, there was no damage to the structure that maybe you would expect if it was a true explosion. Once the smoke cleared, we were able to enter the building, and the pictures that I've seen suggest there is no shock damage. The disconnects are where they should be, the walls are where they should be, and it was more smoke and ash as the damage is what we're cleaning up from this incident.
The building that you're referring to, is that a control house on the property or some other type of structure?
So I haven't been to Station 71 in a while, but John, I believe it's a brick building.
It is. It's some kind of a masonry building, and the 4 kV switching equipment as well as the associated controls are in that building.
Another item that was reported was the buildup of carbon monoxide. First of all, can you speak to the accuracy of that report? And if so, was that in the brick building that we're discussing?
I can't speak to that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what the media is referring to there.
Okay. All right, well, that's helpful to maybe refine our forthcoming record requests. So maybe we could take our 10-minute.
Could I just follow up on an item, please, before we take our break?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Hallstrom, you've talked about some of the products of this incident. I'm interested in a description of what would be the impacts to the neighbors right near the substation. We've talked about smoke, we've talked about a noise, we've talked about, and the media has reported there was a power outage to the neighbors, to the neighborhood. Could you expand a little bit on what would the houses right around, or the structures right around the substation, what would they have seen or heard or been impacted by?
Well, I think you just listed them. I think they may have heard the noise when there was the flash, and based on what John Zico said, why there's a noise produced, they would have seen smoke, and the power did go off for a time until we could switch around and restore. There wasn't any damage to any of the facilities out on the street. And then they would have seen, the police and fire response, I guess. I think that's it.
The only thing that I'll add to Mr. Hallstrom is that everything that he just described was within the perimeter of our station yard.
Except the power outage.
Except the power outage, yes.
Yeah. So I think it's mostly the visual of the smoke and maybe the smell of the smoke, but that, to my understanding, that cleared fairly quickly. The Boston Fire Department helped, or not Boston, Newton Fire Department helped, clear the smoke with their equipment, and then we were able to get into the building.
Do you have any idea approximately how long it took to clear the smoke, such that the neighbors are not seeing or smelling smoke anymore?
Yeah, I don't know how long the smoke lasted. I just don't know. We got in, of course, this was when we think about our emergency plans, this was, as soon as this event happened, it was an all hands on deck type situation. And there was, of course, many phone calls made by me out to the field to see what was happening. And certainly the first priority was the condition of our employee. And then it's restoration of our customers. And I mean, we can provide the details of how long they were out. But I think we were able to start restoring, once kind of the confusion gets over and we understand what happened, and we understand, we get the questions answered of our employee, then we start restoring, and that happened fairly quickly. Where we started restoring the first customers.
Did you restore the first customers out of that facility, or did you serve them from another facility?
I would have to check on that. I mean, it was probably a little both, because in this station, I believe we didn't lose the whole station. Most of the station stayed energized, providing service. So it might, if I was to guess, it would been a little bit of both. Again, there's another substation that backs up this substation. We probably took advantage of some of those feeder ties to pick up some customers. But then, like I say, the majority of this station stayed energized and in operation.
The equipment that was affected, when do you expect that equipment to be back into service again?
Fairly quickly. I mean, we're doing the IA. Most of the damage is cleaning the soot off the equipment. So there was some damage to some of the cables that connect the circuit breaker to these disconnects, which, I think is 20 feet, say. So 3 pieces of conductor, 20 feet, 30 feet. Those need to be replaced. But the far majority of the work is really just cleaning the soot off to make sure there's no electrical tracking when we put it back in service. So it's not an extensive repair. And the other thing that may keep it out a little longer is the investigation. So as we kind of look at the forensics of what happened. But again, there isn't a lot of physical damage actually.
And was there, can you think of any other, yourself or anybody else on the panel, think of any other impacts to the neighborhood from this incident?
I can't, like I say, it's, they may have heard the sound. They probably saw the smoke, smelled the smoke. They certainly saw the response from Newton Fire, and the power going out is, and like I think Aaron said, it was confined to the station, inside the station. There was nothing exited the station except for the smoke.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hallstrom.
Yeah.
With regard to the incident investigation, can you identify which local, state, or federal agencies would have a role to play in investigating an incident like the one in Newton?
I believe, subject to check, OSHA will be involved and be part of the, they'll do their own investigation actually because of the employee injury.
Are there any others, other agencies, again, local, state, or federal, who would be part of this investigation?
I don't believe an active part of the investigation to determine, what happened. I think, certainly, we'll provide the details in the final report to the DPU. And other than OSHA, I don't think any other agencies will be involved. And like I say, OSHA will do their own investigation.
The local fire department was on the scene you mentioned. Did they conduct any type of review that you're aware of post-incident?
I don't believe so. Normally that's really, I haven't seen that where a local fire department would do an investigation of an incident, involving any of our facilities. And we have good relationships with the fire department. We may share what we found, but that would be just as a kind of a courtesy.
Well, this may be the time to take the break and develop our record request and come back.
Sure, we're right around the time we would take a break in the morning. So why don't we take a 15-minute break, come back at 11:30?
Thank you.
Thank you. Off the record.
We were glad to hear nobody was hurt in.
Everyone's coming back soon.
Back on the record?
Okay, while we were on our break, we actually took a look at the underlying record in EFSB 14-4A and found a response to an information request that was, I believe, GR-SS-4 that was similar to the topic we've been discussing. So I think Mr. Wong is going to share his screen and just bring that up to everybody's attention. If we're fortunate.
Give me 1 second. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes. So I'll read the question that says, identify and describe all incidents from the preceding 10-year period that involve fires, explosions, or other accidents occurring at any electrical substation whose size or transmission capacity is comparable to that of the proposed substation, and produce any documents or reports concerning such incidents and what, if any, actions were undertaken in response. And the company's response was, given the overbroad nature of this information request, the company is limiting its response to company-owned electrical substations in eastern Massachusetts. In the preceding 10-year period, there has been one fire, but no explosions or other accidents at any currently operating company-owned substations in eastern Massachusetts. of similar size or transmission capacity to the proposed substation. And it cites to the incident that occurred at the Back Bay Scotia Street substation on June 1st, 2012. So this question may be illuminating in terms of how we should think of phrasing the question that we'd like to ask, to make sure that we capture information that is responsive to the fundamental question about how safe have Eversource owned and operated substations been in Massachusetts over, say, the past 10 years, or perhaps even going a little further back in time. And so, again, reflecting on the incident at Newton, I'm not sure whether that incident would have necessarily shown up in the response to this particular question. It gets into some definitional semantics. So I think what we're trying to do is really make this a bit more all-encompassing as a question. And and again, this is for deliberation here, so I appreciate feedback from Eversource witnesses, but we're really looking to get safety-related incident data, and let's just say since 2010, that identifies substations that experienced safety-related incidents in that time period. And we're also interested in getting the analysis done of those incidents in terms of identifying what the cause was and what remedial actions were taken to address the cause and restore service or restore safe operation. That's what we're trying to get at without, again, parsing words about the definition perhaps of explosion or fire versus arcing and that sort of thing. We're really looking for a statistical compilation that gives us a broad view over this time period of incidents, safety-related incidents, and safety could apply to the workers who are there, the public, the equipment. It's a broad concept, but we've been struggling to try to identify indicators or metrics that would capture everything we're looking for. So we still don't have a precise concept to define what we mean by safety or safety incidents.
Andy, there's also a limit on what that just went away. A limit on what substations were included in the response. So, and I think it was from the question, but it appears this response is limited to transmission substations or substations with transmission components, and it appears to be limited to the approximate size of the proposed East Eagle substation. And I'm wondering whether we want those limits, or is there, does it make sense to have all substations, whatever size, and maybe just not switching stations, because that is different equipment, maybe all substations.
The way I'd like to address that, Ms. Evans, is by broadening the scope to include all substations, not talking about switching stations, but substations in Massachusetts. So I'd like to not just confine this to Eastern Massachusetts, and that's regardless of size. But I think we'd also like to have the company clarify whether the cause of the incident at these substations is relevant to the proposed design of the East Eagle substation. So there may be limiting factors that perhaps there was oil-filled cable that might have been the root cause of an incident, but there isn't going to be oil-filled cable at the East Eagle substation. So that might be an explanation to provide along with the listing of incidents. That's the concept that we're going for here. But again, I want to make sure that we get the company's input, or any other parties for that matter who might want to contribute to what we're trying to get onto the record.
So I think, when I think of the question here and the response, I clearly remember the Scotia Street incident, and that, that had impact, obviously, to the Back Bay because the lights were out for an extended period of time. But again, when I look at that event, the transformer did catch on fire, and there was smoke. But again, that substation is sandwiched in between a hotel, a parking garage, the steam generation plant, and there wasn't any external damage to any of those facilities as a result of that incident. But that incident was certainly significant. When I think about the incident in Newton, and the question about what was the impact to the community, we had 3 individuals in that building working when the incident happened. 1 person got injured, but all the action was confined to the substation. There was nothing that put the public at risk in this case. And I think, so I'm just trying to process the question of how to answer it, because things do happen in substations. I think we all know that, but the protective systems, the safety systems, the very high percentage of time make it kind of a non-event for our workers and for the public. Aside from, again, when I think about Station 17 and the impact to the public, the lights went out, of course, and we got those back fairly quickly. But probably the initial response from the fire department and the smoke was probably the most concerning piece, I would think, to the public. But all the action, so to speak, was confined to the building, and I think the biggest result of that aside from the most significant piece, the employee getting hurt and he'll recover from those burns he got, but it was smoke and soot. So I'm trying to think about what is safety? When we say safety, it's such a broad term. If we said impacts external, any event that had an impact to the community or the people who live around the substation, is that what we're trying to flush out?
Yeah, that's kind of exactly the crux of it, is we're looking for a measurable thing that would trigger the notion that this has something to do with safety, and this was an unexpected event. We colloquially refer to this as a safety incident, but that's not a precise term. And our discussion to this point really hasn't sort of produced metrics that are compiled and analyzed that neatly fit this notion of what is a safety incident, or even what is safety. So that's
Sorry.
so this may be an exercise in sort of a forward-looking thinking about this, but I would assume that in almost any quote safety incident that we would be concerned about, there would probably be a local response by a fire department that would send staff out to look at what happened and whether there was any threat to the public. So that perhaps might be an indicator of a quote safety incident, that there was a response by the local fire department. What are your thoughts about that as an indicator?
Well, I mean, response to the fire department isn't, again, I think about this incident at station in Newton. I mean, there was no threat to people who lived around that station, and that station isn't necessarily unlike East Eagle. I mean, it's built in a fairly heavily populated area, right? Downtown Newton. So there wasn't any impact or threat to anybody in that area outside, the community, people whose buildings are next to our building. The fire department, they're always coming. If there's smoke, they're coming. And we've worked very hard with the fire departments about how to help us, with these situations. So just because a fire department showed up doesn't mean there was a threat to the neighbors, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. No, I certainly could see that. Does the company actually keep statistics on visits by the fire department?
No.
Let me
Ms.
try.
Evans?
Yeah, I was going to try. Let me try a different direction here. What are the factors the company uses or looks at when it decides whether or not to report an incident to the department? Is it the outages, the customer outages that cause the company to report to the department? Or are there other factors that the company uses or the department requires for the company to have to report an incident to the department?
Clearly, if there's an employee injury, we report.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in this case, that's why we're reporting it in the case of Newton. I could be wrong, but I think that's the reason why this would be reported. If there was no employee injury, it wouldn't necessarily get reported.
Even with the outages?
Yeah, even with the outages. I mean, the outages were, I want to say, in the neighborhood of 2,600 customers for a few hours. So I think first load was picked up in less than 2 hours. So that an outage of that size wouldn't get reported specifically.
So let me ask, so the company has to report certain statistics to the department in its annual reliability reports. Would safety incidents show up in the annual reliability report filed by the company with the department?
I believe our safety statistics overall, employee safety statistics overall, get reported. But again, safety's when I think about safety, I mean, that's a report, employee injuries, I believe, but nothing else.
Yeah, employee injuries is important, but doesn't seem to capture the impact that we're trying to capture here, which is the impact to the surrounding neighborhood.
Right.
And we're trying to capture that.
Yeah. So we could, I mean, we could, so, the question, and again, we talked about it, it says transmission, you could add distribution to that question. I don't know that you're going to get a different answer necessarily, but I think what we're trying to get at is if there's an event at the station, has there been situations that, impacted the community significantly? And again, like I say, Scotia Street, you could actually, I think the impact of Scotia Street was the lights in Copley Square went out for 2 days. That was like a CNN moment, right? And that was a huge impact.
I remember.
Yeah. But as far as injuries or impacts to property. That really wasn't the case for Scotia Street. The issue was, for such a big urban area to be out 2 days, that was a huge impact. So being without power for whatever the time is, that's more than the norm. That is an impact to the community.
So I wouldn't limit the impact by just significant, because that's hard to put our hands around also, right? So impacts, I think noise and smoke, even if it's not my house that's burning, noise and smoke are an impact to the community. It causes concern, right?
Yeah.
And so I would say that those would be included in impacts to the community.
Yeah.
Even if there's no property damage or no physical injury to the public, I think that still those are impacts that we would want to know about.
Yeah, and I think and I want to provide the information, because I'd like to say this is bad timing, Station 17, but it does bring up a lot of issues. And I still believe that, our substations are safe. They have, aside from what we just spoke about, the concern, and again, it's the response by emergency personnel, those types of things, and those concerns that would bring me, if it was happening in my neighborhood, certainly would get my attention, right? But as far as injury and damage to property and those types of things, I think the risk is very, very, very small. So we could go back in the last 10 years and do another dive and look at whatever, and again, I don't know how we have the data, but maybe even a significant fire response or a response from responders. I don't know if we have that, but that might get at how often does it bring attention, or cause concern, I guess.
I think oversharing is better than undersharing, but to the extent that the company wants to explain, has incident reports that explains what happened, in that particular incident, that would make it, as Mr. Wang said, relevant to East Eagle versus an oil field cable, which might not be relevant to East Eagle, that type of thing. The company can explain that.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not a lawyer, so I don't want to get myself in trouble, but maybe it's taking that question that already exists, expanding it to distribution, and having us take, another look, and because I understand the theme of what we're looking for.
Yeah, and not limiting to just explosions, in the semantic sense.
Really,
we're looking for safety incidents.
It's really impact to the neighboring community.
It's not just the impact to the neighboring community, Mr. Hallstrom. I think we're really looking to capture what the everyday resident in the community would regard as a safety related concern. It could be what happened on Monday. It certainly could be a situation, of greater magnitude, like the Scotia Street, but it doesn't. I don't think it's limited to those two types of things. I think we want to make sure that this question captures the experience of the company and its substations in a broader way that Ms. Evans was getting at. I think there may be multiple factors that we could ask about to try to make sure we're not missing things that are relevant. And again, it could be lost time by employees due to an accident. It could be a response by, first responders, such as the local fire department.
Yeah, I
Or,
just say
or
none
loss
of
of
those.
service. There are a number of different characteristics that could be associated with a safety incident. And again, in a sort of everyday sense. I do want to point to the company's response to EFSB N-7, and particularly the table that was in that response. This is in the current proceeding. The question was regarding the reliability history of the Chelsea substation. And the company provided a fairly detailed table of substation data that resulted in some type of a dispatch report event, it was called. And there was a cause code that indicated whether there was equipment failure, what type of equipment, whether there was an outage, the total number of customers affected. It seemed that the company kept fairly meticulous records of things that showed up on this table. And this gets perhaps at some of the safety related incident issues that would be relevant to what we're trying to learn about here. But I don't think it's limited to this table. Does this table bring to mind any other thoughts about metrics that we could be using or databases that the company maintains that could be consulted to elucidate safety incidents at substations? Do you have that information request response, Mr. Hallstrom?
I don't have it in front of me, no, I'm sorry.
Could I turn to my colleague perhaps if we can do another screen share? It's EFSB N-7. That was in the first round of discovery questions that the board asked the company.
I have it.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Green. I would just add that again, and once Mr. Wong pulls up the table, we'll be able to see, but what he's going to pull up is related to outages regarding the station, not safety events at the station.
Well, there can be a correlation though, isn't that right? I think that's what we've been hearing, is that sometimes an event, a safety related incident, can lead to an outage. So they're not necessarily unrelated occurrences.
I'm just clarifying that the table that you're displaying is related to outages and not safety related incidents at the station.
I understand the distinction.
Okay.
I appreciate that. So to get back, Mr. Hallstrom, if you have a chance to just gaze at this and see whether this type of information is helpful in bringing to mind any metrics that we could be asking for that would be more specific to safety related incidents.
Well, again, as that was just stated, these are outage issues, not necessarily safety issues. So again, things happen, things break, and that's why substations are built with redundancy. And but this does not mean there's a safety issue there.
Well, let's look at the incident on Monday in Newton. So if you were compiling this table, not just for Chelsea, but for all of your substations, would the event in Newton show up on a table like this as a
it would be, yeah, it would, because there was outage there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm still feeling some unease about formulating a potentially extensive record request that's not properly formulated and not well targeted to what we're trying to gather information on. So I think maybe we'll take this question under advisement for now, rather than just, inartfully improvising. I think it would be best if we formulate a specific, well thought out question.
Mr. Green, could I suggest that just so we're thinking about it as well, and using as a baseline what you showed earlier from the initial proceeding with, I think it was EFSB SS4, but whatever that response was that provided information about the Scotia substation, you'd like us to expand on that back to 2010 and to the present, which that was only as of the date of that response. Do so for all of Massachusetts, not just Eastern Massachusetts. Do so for transmission and distribution substations, that is, stations that have transformers. And then there's this sort of undefined notion that you want to refine about impacts that are safety related, that has some safety implication. Though that in a general sense is what you're looking for. The remaining element that you want some time to refine is how we either characterize, track, or quantify, as the case may be, what that safety related impact was.
I think that's well summarized. And the last point really is about measurable data that we can look to over that span of time, rather than a narrative or a general sense of history. We're looking for metrics, recorded data that can be quantified perhaps, and then explained, but we're looking for data.
And to the extent that you have data also that's filed with the department, either as part of service quality reports or annual liability reports or incident reports, that's helpful too, as just an added layer on this.
But I do feel that the specific enumeration of the metrics or data that we're looking for is very important to this question being useful or usefully answered. So I think we want to give ourselves the benefit of time to reflect on that and be more precise. And this may take certainly more than the moment.
Okay. We will reflect as well and think about what data we may have, if any, in this area. And if we can come up with anything before you do, we will advise you as such, and perhaps I will contribute to finalizing what the record request will be.
Well, I think we would welcome that. We're looking for useful input and try to, again, make this productive and efficient. Ms. Sharkey, I'm looking at my clock and noticing that it is afternoon, and I recall from the earlier procedural discussions before we went on the record, we were trying to resume at 1 o'clock.
We were going to take a break, and I think Mr. O'Brien was going to see if his witness, Ms. Del Rio, was going to be available or would be able to be available at 1 o'clock.
Yes, I can report on that. Unfortunately, she's at work. She's not available at 1.
Okay. In that case, we can certainly take our lunch break now if that's.
Ms. Sharkey, could I make this suggestion? Sorry. I understand Mr. Hallstrom has to leave, but would the interveners like the chance to ask questions on him? To him, sorry.
As follow-up to what we've asked.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure that it's an equal,
that they have the opportunity. Yes.
Yes, I would welcome the opportunity to do a little bit of follow-up on the siting board's excellent questions this morning.
SCEP would have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. Mr. O'Brien?
Well, yeah, ordinarily, yes, but in the interest of moving ahead, we'll defer for the moment and rely on other questions that may be asked by other parties. But thank you for that informative Q&A.
Thank you. So, Ms. Rubin, would you like to ask your questions now?
I would. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, panel. And I appreciate that this is a difficult topic. So my hope is to not repeat any of the discussion that we had this morning and just to ask some probing questions just to elicit any more information that you're able to provide us. So Mr. Green earlier referenced news reports noting carbon monoxide from the Newton substation. If there wasn't a fire, what could have been the source of the carbon monoxide?
Well, I can't confirm or deny there was carbon monoxide. Again, we had 3 employees in the building. One was injured due to the flash. The other 2 employees were not injured. So I don't know if there wasn't carbon monoxide in the building. There certainly was smoke. So I can't confirm that. And once the smoke was cleared, our people were able to enter the building and do their work. And, you know, again, I guess if there was carbon monoxide, you know, as a result of the arc, and I'm not a chemist, I don't know, but I don't know how they could make that statement actually, because I don't believe there was any measurements made or testing of air quality. And certainly, you know, if there was, it would be confined to the building, I would think, and we had employees in the building.
Does Eversource receive a copy of any written report from the local fire company when there's an incident such as what happened at the Newton substation?
Yeah, I'd have to check, but I don't think we do as a matter of course. You know, sometimes when, you know, I'll say someone hits one of our poles, we go and we ask for a copy of the police report for insurance purposes, but we don't get sent reports proactively.
And would it be in the normal course of business for Eversource to request that information from a fire department?
No, I don't think it is.
Thank you. Mr. Hallstrom, you mentioned that there was soot on the equipment that has to be investigated to determine if there's any damage. What could have been the cause of the soot?
I think Mr. Zico explained the electrical, the characteristics of electrical fault. It's my understanding that the fault itself creates the soot. You know, the fault is the copper, that's the material that's being ionized, or whatever the word, and maybe John can talk about it a little more, but that's the cause of the soot, and the soot is conductive. So soot ash has to be cleaned off equipment before it can be put in service.
Thank you.
Stacy, just for a moment, I just wanted to let folks know Mr. Zico is having temporary camera problems. We hope to be able to rectify that at our next break, but he is able to participate audio with his audio. So if there's a question or that you would like input from him, he is able to do so, although it will be without the video.
Are you able to hear me now?
We can.
All right, that confirms my sound check. Thank you.
Mr. Zico, do you have anything you want to add to Mr. Hallstrom's response?
The only thing that I would not perhaps add but clarify is that, you know, when the arc evolved, it generated heat. The heat, as Mr. Hallstrom said, could vaporize copper and other things that could deposit back out onto the equipment and cause soot or contamination on the equipment, and that's what they're in the process of, what I understand they're in the process of cleaning up at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. And please jump in if there's anything else you want to add as I continue this line of questioning. Is the design of the Newton substation, I think you referred to it as Station 71, the same as the proposed design for East Eagle?
No, it isn't.
Just so the record's clear, I think it's Station 17, but I'd let the witnesses confirm
Yeah.
that.
Mr. Rosenzweig, you are correct. It is Station 17, 17.
Thank you for the clarification. Could you elaborate on how the design is different between the proposed East Eagle substation and Station 17?
Certainly. Station 17 utilizes what is referred to as cell type construction. And it's basically a number of cubicles and cells that are built into the walls of the building. And those cubicles and cells house and support the various pieces of electrical equipment. That's how the switching is accomplished. It's in a building. The switchgear at the proposed Station 131 on East Eagle Street, for its switching equipment on the 14 kV side, would use metal-clad switchgear, so it wouldn't have a lot of the same components. That would have different components. It would be a much simpler installation than what is at Station 17. Simpler also tends to equate to fewer places for failure. The other most important characteristic is that two most important characteristics of what's proposed for Station 131 is that it will be in what's called metal-clad construction, so that if there were an electric arc inside, it would flash to a grounded metal enclosure. There would be absolutely no danger to anybody standing outside the switchgear, or by extension, the general public. It would be contained within that grounded metallic box. The other characteristic is that this switchgear that's proposed for Station 131 will use modern microprocessor-based relaying that are much more sensitive and would conceivably clear the fault faster than what happened in the incident at Newton, even minimizing the amount of damage even more.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. That was very helpful. You just mentioned that proposed Station 131 would be able to clear the fault faster. Could you just give a general sense of timing? Are we talking about seconds difference, minutes, hours?
You're talking fractions of a second.
Thank you. And I want to understand, the Newton substation is in a building that has a ceiling. Is that correct?
It has a roof. I'm not sure that there's a ceiling in it, but.
Okay, and there's no gap between the walls and the roof. Is that correct?
I don't know. It's been a long time since I have been in there.
Yeah, John, I think we would have to check, but I don't think there's a roof over the whole substation. The transformers may be open to the sky.
Yeah, you are correct, Mr. Hallstrom, in that the 4 kV switching equipment that was involved in the incident on Monday is in a building. There are transformers and there is other metal-clad switchgear that is outdoors.
Thank you. And could you just compare that to proposed Station 131?
Yes. So I think the most striking comparison in the context of the Newton event was the mention of the metal-clad switchgear with everything in a grounded metal cabinet, so that the arc would have really no place to escape to. It would just go to the grounded metal cabinet and the enhanced protective relaying. Beyond that, I'm not sure what you're looking for.
Would there be a grounded metal cabinet in East Eagle?
Yes. Yes.
I think what Mr. Zico's saying, there isn't one of those at Station 17. The equipment is mounted on the wall in these areas that he described. Whereas, so it's open to the air, the environment. When you walk into the switch room, you're kind of looking at these switches. Whereas in East Eagle, it'll all be confined into metal clad switchgear, so it'll be more contained and more protected through grounds. So if there was an event, it would be the equipment operates so much more quicker, reducing the arc, the smoke, the flash, those types of things.
That is correct. And another characteristic of this metal clad switchgear is that the cubicles, or the individual cubicles or compartments in the switchgear, are equipped with strip heaters to help drive out moisture so that moisture doesn't become an issue. And they're also equipped with air filters so that any air that's passing through them for ventilation and cooling doesn't carry dust in to deposit in on the equipment.
Thank you. And to clarify for the record, what you just mentioned, Mr. Zico, regarding the cubicles in switchgear, that is in the proposed East Eagle substation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. What is the number of transformers at the Newton substation, and how does that compare to the number of transformers for East Eagle?
The Newton substation, I guess I'll first start off by saying the Newton substation converts power at 14 kV down to 4 kV. The transformers at the proposed East Eagle Street will convert 115,000 volts down to 14,000 volts. Again, all nominal voltages. So there's really not a direct comparison, but if you're asking the numbers, the strict numbers, there were three at Newton, and there were 3 at proposed for East Eagle Street. Ultimately, initially at East Eagle Street, there'll be 2, but I want to emphasize that in the Newton event, the transformers were not part of the issue.
Thank you. And for the East Eagle proposed facility, would the transformers be enclosed in that grounded metal cabinet or outdoors?
They would be outdoors, surrounded by concrete walls and equipped with 2 high-speed protection systems as opposed to the one that's probably on the transformers at Newton. And it would be also augmented by a high-pressure water mist automatically triggered fire suppression system as well.
Thank you. What is the distance in feet between the Newton substation and the nearest business?
I don't know between the nearest business, but prior to the hearing this morning, I did look at the Google Earth image of the Newton substation, and some of the outdoor equipment, the outdoor switchgear, is approximately, again, within the limitations of measuring off of Google Earth, approximately 40 feet from what appears to be an apartment building, a residential apartment building. The nearest business, I don't know if there are any businesses in any of the surrounding buildings over there, but that was what I was able to measure off as the nearest building.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And what is the distance in feet between the proposed East Eagle substation and the nearest business?
I don't know offhand. Perhaps one of my fellow panel mates knows the answer to that. I would defer to them.
We might have to take that as a rec request, Stacy, if that's information you need.
It is information.
Excuse me, I think that is information that is already in the record. I would have to pull it up. I do not know that number offhand, but I believe that that has been previously identified within the record.
Instead of a record request, is that something that the panel members can check during lunch and just come back and try to answer this afternoon? Thank you.
Yes.
And then I have the same question regarding the distance in feet between the proposed East Eagle substation and the nearest residence. Is that something the panel can answer this afternoon if you cannot answer now?
I believe they're affirming that they can do so.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. Mr. Zico, you just mentioned that the East Eagle substation will have 2 transformers to start and up to 3. Is that correct?
The design of the station will accommodate an ultimate 3rd transformer. That's correct.
And could you just clarify the timing between the 2 transformers and when the 3rd one would be added?
The timing of the need for the 3rd transformer has not been determined yet.
How would the company make that determination?
That would be through, the continued efforts in load forecasting and system planning.
If it's useful to you, Ms. Rubin, that the company's plan at this point is to install 2, and that's all it has been authorized to do from prior orders. If there were a 3rd that it would seek to install at the site, it would be subject to a project change filing or some further authorization, separate proceeding, during which the public and the siting board would be able to determine whether that was appropriate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosenzweig. Ms. Bowden, earlier you referenced, sorry, I was just looking for your face on my screen. You referenced that the company routinely communicates with the community when an incident occurs. Is that correct?
Community, municipality, when appropriate, and when the information becomes available, yes.
Thank you. How did Eversource communicate with the Newton community on Monday regarding the Newton substation incident?
I, as the community relations personnel, do not handle the city of Newton. I don't have the ins and outs of her communication with the municipality and the residents in that area, but that is something that we can take back and put in a record request.
Yes, I would like to make a record request that the company provide information about who the company communicated with in Newton on Monday following the Newton substation incident.
And that would be record request CLF-GR-6.
Thank you. Under condition Y in the final decision in the project change decision, the company is required to contact the appropriate municipal and/or state public safety and emergency management officials in developing the emergency response plan for the East Boston substation. Would you please describe the interactions the company has had to date with Boston municipal officials and Massachusetts officials in connection with developing that emergency response plan?
John Zico, would you like to take a first stab at your conversations with BFD regarding the fire suppression and those things, and then we can kind of expand from there?
Certainly. So this, the interaction, as Ms. Bowden has said, especially with Boston Fire, which is where I've had most of my interaction, started after the Scotia Street incident, which was just over 10 years ago. At that point in time, the company, we were doing business as N-Star Electric at the time, retained a consultant and had a fire audit done of fire hardening audit or fire vulnerability audit done of our 6 downtown Boston substations, and that's in the record in the underlying proceeding. During that, we looked at what the potential hazards were, and started to embark on what is the what is the mitigation? How do you mitigate these hazards to the maximum extent possible? And to that end, we worked extensively with the Boston Fire Department on developing our mitigation plans. And one of them that we've discussed at length in this proceeding and in the underlying proceedings is this high pressure water mist system for extinguishing a transformer fire should one occur. It has a number of advantages. It works much more quickly than some of the traditional fixed water spray systems that we've used. And it also uses a fraction of the water that some of our traditional fixed water spray systems have used. So from the very beginning, over the last 10 years, I should say, the Boston Fire has been instrumental in determining or in working with us on developing what our fire prevention protocols are in the substation. In addition, there is, and I am not involved with this, but I know that there is a continuous outreach between the company. It's somebody in the emergency planning group, and not only the Boston Fire Department, but all of the fire departments in the areas where we have facilities.
Yeah, just to add on that point, we have a training trailer that we do joint training with the various fire departments and responders in each community. We train on things like electrical lock, wire down safety. We've done significant work with Boston in terms of the ability, I think I mentioned this the other day, of flooding manholes and how to respond to electrical incidents. But we do an awful lot of work with fire and first responders around electrical safety and those things. How to properly respond to an electrical issue.
And just to add that this emergency response plan for the substation is due once the substation is in operation. And so we're going to continue to have ongoing communications with all of these different agencies and entities as we work to refine this plan. And so these conversations, again, will be ongoing through our hope to construct and get this substation in operation fairly soon.
Thank you. Ms. Bowden, you anticipated my next question, so thank you for that. Can you just share who from any state agencies, if any, the company plans to consult to contribute to this emergency response plan development?
Absolutely. I have David Petersall, the project manager. He should be able to go ahead and take on that question for you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden. So most likely, and actually, if you go to look at condition Y, it's not just fire responses that the ERP is intended to cover, but it was other things like flooding as another safety concern. So of course, the types of agencies that might be consulted might include MEMA, the Massachusetts Emergency Management Association, the fire department. Of course, this would be Boston Fire Department. Other first responders like City of Boston Police Department, other agencies that we've already included in the analysis for the design flood elevation. So those types of agencies, like, when it comes to the assessment of flooding, those agencies might be contacted. So we don't have a definitive list of what agencies might be involved, but that gives you the nature of the types of organizations we'd probably be reaching out to.
And just to add to that, Mr. Petersall, the city of Boston has their own Office of Emergency Management, and whomever the Chief Shoe Beneford directs as his appointee to work with us through this process, whether that's himself or someone else, we'll work with them hand in hand, as we always work with them through every single thing that the city of Boston has going on, whether it's preparing for this here with the East Boston and the safety plan. Or
I'm sorry, whether it's what?
Preparing for the safety plan here for this East Boston substation or the Boston Marathon, and making sure that we're aligned in partnership with them there. We'll continue our efforts in working with the city's Office of Emergency Management.
And I would just add, this plan will be more of a refinement. Again, we talked about the all hazards plan, our ERP plan. We work with a city.
I'm sorry, Craig, I just didn't understand you. We talked about our all hazards plan.
And our ERP plan. And we work, we already work very closely with the city of Boston. When the city of Boston opens up their EOC for an event, a big weather event, we staff that with an Eversource person. And as I said, myself and John Zico, we have a very good partnership already with the Boston Fire Department and how we respond. So the plan, foundationally, and again, we all follow the incident command structure. So when there's an event, a designated person is identified to lead that event, and that structure is known by all responders. So when there is an event, we know who to ask for the incident commander for Boston Fire. Boston Fire asks who our incident commander is, and those people, run the event at the very kind of that, I'll say, at the street level. So, I think we have most of the foundational work already done. This will be the plan for DC Eagle will probably more speak to the specifics of that station and the safety equipment and measures in that station. But foundationally, we know how to respond, and we work with the city of Boston now very closely.
Thank you. Is it the company's understanding that under condition Y of the project change filing decision, that the emergency response plan is to be submitted to the siting board at least 30 days prior to the start of operation of the substation?
Yes, the condition does state that it has to be submitted at least 30 days in advance of the operation of the facility.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to the company's response to information request EFSB-G-3. Once again, EFSB-G-3. In particular, I'm looking at section or subsection 3C, where the company indicates that the East Eagle substation will be monitored 24 hours a day, 365 days per year from the operations center. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Does the operations center, which I presume is not on site, have the ability to assist a fire department to mitigate the spread of a fire should one occur?
The operations center is not located on site, the same site as the substation. So their ability to, provide direct assistance to the fire department would be limited.
Thank you.
But if I would add what we can do and what we do working with fire chiefs from that control center, we can de-energize that whole substation at the request of the fire department. And that's a request that we get from time to time when there's, again, say a pole hit and there's a life-threatening, condition. The fire chief will call our dispatch center and ask for the whole area to be de-energized, and we can do that remotely.
Thank you. And Mr. Hallstrom, approximately how much time would it take for the dispatch center to de-energize a substation?
Less than minutes. As soon as we get the call, and we have a dedicated call for fire people. So when it's manned 24/7, if a fire chief calls or his representative calls and says, I want something de-energized, it can happen in less than minutes. Now, it might be, a large, if we were asked to shut down, the substation, that's going to have impacts to the region, but we can do it. We can do it in less than minutes.
And would you please describe what those impacts could be to the region?
Just outages, if you wanted to shut down the lines going into a substation, they may have impacts on other substations.
If the East Boston substation were to be constructed and the company received a request to de-energize the East Eagle facility, would you expect that would impact the Chelsea substation?
I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure if I'd have to look at an electrical print if we could de-energize the lines without impacting. We might be able to, right, John?
Yes, so I can take that question. So as long as there were no other pieces of equipment out of service on the system, no other lines out of service on the system, and yeah, the company could de-energize the two 115 kV lines that supply the proposed East Boston substation without impacting the supply to any other substations, at least the way the system is configured today, or is proposed to be configured when the station goes in.
Thank you. How frequently would there be an Eversource employee on site at the East Eagle substation? I should say following construction. So once the facility is operational.
It's hard to say. At least like I spoke earlier, we inspect monthly, so someone would be there for that. And then we do maintenance. It's a brand new substation, so that probably wouldn't be a lot of maintenance happening per se. We do operate equipment to connect new customers and those types of things. So there may be people there to do that type of switching, but it's hard to say. Certainly not every day.
Thank you. Just getting back to the Newton incident and communication line of questioning, has the company had any form of mass communication or information posted on its website to communicate directly with customers about the Newton incident?
So I don't believe so. Again, the investigation is ongoing, but so I would say no.
In practice, we do not post about these incidents on our website. We may from time to time see something on our social media accounts addressing these incidents, depending on the severity and those kind of things, informing the public of what's happening. But in practice, we do not post on our website regarding incidents and things like this.
Thank you. Does Eversource have a Twitter account that it is actively using?
Yes, we do.
And how about Instagram?
Yes, we do have an Instagram account.
How about TikTok?
No, I don't believe we're that hip.
Fair enough. Are there any other social media platforms that Eversource is actively using?
I believe we're on Facebook as well as LinkedIn.
Thank you. Earlier today, we heard the company talk about regular updates with the Department of Public Utilities, and the siting staff has issued a record request about that. I just want to understand whether the information that the company is providing to the Department of Public Utilities about the Newton incident is accessible to the general public. Do you know?
And Aaron, you will probably need to confirm this, but I believe that anything we submit to the Department of Public Utilities is then made public for anyone to review the incident.
It would be made public, I believe, if you filed a public record request. But we also submit an incident like this, for example, through an outage or incident report tool that we have on our website that you can access on our website. I can't speak to whether or not only the department could access it or if everyone in the public has access to it. But I will look into that during lunch and can get back to you for later today.
Thank you very much. Just a few more questions. I'm now going to turn to a different incident not related to Newton. Was there an electric arc at a substation that occurred in Andrew Square on or around March 14th of 2018?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. And would you please describe that incident?
Well, I was not there physically when it happened, but I was there shortly after it happened. There was this was following a wet, heavy snowstorm, and then some the air temperature went up. Some of the snow began to melt and turned to slush and dropped down into the electrical equipment, where it created a short circuit that resulted in an arc, which was cleared very quickly. I forget how fast, but by the protective relaying equipment on the lines. There was no, to the best of my recollection, there was no personnel injury. There was no injury to the general public. There was no fire. And also, to the best of my recollection, I believe all of the load transferred to an alternate source within the station. Again, this was several years ago, and those are details that would be subject to check, but that's my recollection.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Zico. Do you anticipate providing that information in response to the siting board's record request that we spent some time discussing this morning?
Well, I think at this point, your question is somewhat speculative because the record request hasn't been finalized at this point.
Fair enough. I guess I'd like to ask Presiding Officer Sharkey if we should do a separate record request for details about this, or whether we should wait until the board formulates its record request.
I would say, out of the abundance of caution, if you want the information specifically with regard to this report, I would ask a specific record request for that information.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Ms. Rubin, if I could just answer your previous question regarding who has access. So we do have a place on our website that municipal and state officials can access, but you do need to request access through our IT department in order to be granted those reports.
Thank you so much, Ms. Engstrom. Before I formulate the record request, I just want to ask a few more questions about the Andrews Square substation. Is the design of the Andrews Square substation the same as the one proposed for East Eagle?
A tough one to answer. It will convert 115 kV to 14 kV. However, some of the more notable differences are that the 115 kV bus work, which is where the incident that you mentioned occurred at Andrews Square is air insulated. So in other words, it's exposed to the elements. At the East Eagle Street substation, the 115 kV bus work is all going to be gas insulated. So it'll be in a pressurized sulfur hexafluoride filled tank with a series of compartments, so that if the snow were to drop on it, it would just shed off. It wouldn't impact the electrical equipment at all. There's the Andrews Square substation has 4 transformers. To the best of my knowledge, again, it would be subject to check. I don't believe there's an active fire suppression system on them. But again, that was of no consequence in the March 2018 event. The metal clad switchgear would be substantially similar. The 14 kV metal clad switchgear at Andrews Square, which again wasn't involved in the March 2018 event, would be substantially similar to what's proposed for East Eagle Street.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So my request is that the company provide a full set of incident reports relating to the Andrews Square substation electric arc incident from March 2018, including all materials that were provided to the Boston Fire Department, the Department of Public Utilities, and City of Boston officials.
So that would be record request CLF-GR-7.
Mr. Zico, are there any incidents that you could think of that are similar to what happened at the Andrews Square substation?
Well, I mean, I've been with Eversource or predecessor companies for over 38 years. So you're kind of asking me to go back a long way in memory. Nothing, nothing comes to mind. I think the two that the most recent that I'm aware of would be the Scotia Street event. The Scotia Street event in 2012 and the Andrews Square event in March of 2018.
Thank you very much. We don't have further questions at this time.
I believe Ms. Rubin was the only one who requested the ability to ask some follow-up questions from this morning. Is that still accurate? Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Hopper?
Yes, thank you.
There's no questions.
Okay. Then would it be appropriate to take our lunch break now?
Yes, may I just
Mr. Hopper?
Thank you. I just wanted to let everybody know, I don't know if he entered an appearance yet, but McDara Fallon will be representing SVP this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your letting us know, Mr. Hopper.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sharkey, if I could ask a question, I'm trying to free up Mr. Hallstrom, who has been good enough to participate off schedule and put some other business behind him, personal or otherwise. If there were any questions that might pertain to areas that Mr. Hallstrom would be the desired respondent, I'd like to take care of it now and let him go, or perhaps we do it by way of record request. I know there's still some pending record requests that we have to address, but I would like to let him to be dismissed for the afternoon, if at all possible, I guess is really what I'm asking.
Does he need to be present for the final formulation of the record request that was pending, Mr. Green?
Well, it certainly would be helpful. But I believe I recall Mr. Rosenzweig mentioning that the company was going to do its own thinking about how to, again, come up with the right wording or metrics that we're looking for. And I don't know if Mr. Hallstrom was going to speak to that at a later point or whether that's going to all flow through Mr. Rosenzweig, but we're certainly interested in hearing what the company's recommended metrics are for use in the safety incident historical compilation.
Well, we would certainly want to get Mr. Hallstrom's input on that, but he may not need to be present if we're able to come up with a suggestion or a recommendation. So I would, I think we could manage that issue in his absence.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. So why don't we break for lunch, come back at 2? Mr. Hallstrom, we appreciate your making yourself available on very short notice today. And we look forward to seeing you next week.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Off the record.
Donna, as we go back on the record, or before, if you want to do it off the record, I have a couple of things to mention.
Okay.
One is our need panel, which might be next up. I'm not sure if the examination from this morning's panel is completed, but one of our witnesses, Mr. Freeman, he's been a witness heretofore. He had expected to be available, but he is held over at a hearing that's going on in Connecticut that was supposed to end as of noontime. Didn't happen. We do have sort of a critical mass of other witnesses, but Mr. Freeman is available tomorrow. And so it depends on what the staff wants to do, as well as when we might end with the current panel. Whether it makes sense to go forward and we pinch hit for Mr. Freeman and we have folks that are available to do that, or pick it up on at tomorrow's hearing. So that's sort of a unexpected event that I just found out about. And the other is after conferring with project team members, we have a suggestion on the record request for the staff to consider. And from there, we can figure out whether that's a suitable approach to the information you're seeking to get into the record.
Well, why don't we, when we go back on the record, why don't you start with your feedback with regard to the pending record requests that we're discussing this morning with regard to safety incidents. And we will deal with the issues associated with potential need witnesses not being available through no fault of their own. As we move through. So let's go back on the record. Before lunch, we were discussing a potential record request related to safety incidents at substations, and Mr. Rosenzweig has some input that he'd like to contribute after the company has considered what available data might be responsive over the lunch break.
Yes, thank you. We did confer and try to identify what we could do to respond to your request. We think we understand the request. It's a matter of getting our arms around what data might be available. And so here's what we would propose, and certainly the staff can let us know if this is sufficient to address the inquiry. So I guess starting with the information request that was asked in the project change proceeding, which I think was Green Roots -SS-4. We would use that as as a baseline, go back to 2010, bring that to the present for any fire or safety related incidents that we're able to identify from our records that are either transmission or distribution substations in Massachusetts. I say in Massachusetts, the initial response was focused on Eastern Massachusetts. We'll do our best to expand that to Western Massachusetts as well. And I say do our best because some of that involves historical records from Western Massachusetts Electric Company. And the folks who were part of the conversation and are less familiar with let's say the historical records from Western Mass Electric, more familiar with the Eastern Mass and Star Electric records. So we would try to do that for all of Massachusetts. And for each of those incidents, identify and discuss whether there were personal injuries, let's say, to company employees, or harm or damage to private property outside the substation or to members of the public from those safety related incidents that I described. That is, events at the substation that caused not just outages, but had fire or some kind of incident such as an explosion or some other event such as that, and then look further to see what injuries, if any, were suffered to company employees, harm to members of the public, be it physical harm or their private property. So that would be our attempt to address the issue that was raised by staff.
Mr. Green, is that helpful in terms of formulating the record requests that you were formulating before we took lunch? You're on mute, Mr. Green.
Sorry about that. It does seem fairly responsive and sort of within the spirit of what we were trying to frame up. I do have a couple of definitional questions, though, to just see how this fares in that context. Because again, I think as we were struggling with this morning, defining what is a safety incident, even getting down to the question of what is a fire, what is an explosion, involves some judgment, as it concerned arcing, as an example. So there are a few different, call them events, that I wanted to test in your thought process, Mr. Rosenzweig, to see if these would show up. So the first one would be a fire, explosion, or electrical arcing occurrence, whether reportable or not. Would that be within the scope of what you would include?
I would say it depends what we find for data, but our intent is to be broadly construing what you're looking for. I would say arcing in and of itself is not unusual and not a safety event. So that wouldn't be a primary area of focus for sure, unless it had resulted in some other type of damage or event at the substation. But fires or explosion are definitely within the scope of what we would seek to identify and supply with further information.
Okay, let me move on. The next item would be an OSHA recordable injury or illness to a worker or contractor relating to an event.
That is within the scope of the information that we discussed offline, we being the company personnel, that we would try to identify and supply information. Yes.
And how about a local fire department response to an event at the substation?
Right. And from our perspective, that would again be an incident that we would think would be part of our response if the data was available. There may be data availability issues. Typically, a fire department, from what I understand, response does occur whenever there's a fire or even smoke events. So we think we'll be able to identify that. But again, until we really do the digging,
Mhm.
we're not sure of the correlation between the events and the fire department response, that we will have documentation to support that. But it would be our hope that we do, or that if we have that information, we would certainly supply it.
Okay, I think this next one is something that you did mention, maybe in a different context, but here goes. An event alleged to or causing damage to adjacent property or illness or injury to an abutting resident.
Again, I don't know what the data will yield, such as you mentioned illness to an abutting resident, among other things. But it would be our hope that we would be able to identify with this research we would have to conduct, whether there was damage to private property or harm to members of the public as a result of the incident at the substation.
I think there may be a difference here between cause and effect. So when I mention damage to adjacent property or illness or injury to an abutting resident, that would be potentially in this request the indicator of the safety incident, not necessarily just the repercussion of it. In other words, if the company has received a damage claim from a resident for some impairment of their property, even if the company's not aware of what it did, perhaps to trigger such a claim, that could potentially be an item that involves some safety related incident that the residents were aware of and that the company was not.
I understand your question, and it may be a difficult issue to separate cause and effect, but I will say that part of the discussions we had internally on this question was that we believe we can go back to our claims department and see if any of those claims are tied to a substation event where there was an incident. So while I may not be answering your question precisely, I am trying to be as responsive as possible without knowing exactly what the data will yield and what we'll be able to find.
Okay, I understand that. And then finally, the last indicator or metric would be an event reported to the DPU involving safety related information. And we were discussing this morning as well, about how, for example, the Newton incident would result in some type of communication to the department.
I believe that would also be within the scope of what we would attempt to supply. Again, based on substation incidents and what information we had available as to those reports to the DPU.
Okay. So we're pretty much thinking along the same lines, I would say, based on that rundown. And then in terms of what information we're looking for with those kinds of event or incident characteristics, here, well, do you have any thoughts, Mr. Rosenzweig, before I give mine as to what kind of information we would elicit from the company if any of those safety incident characteristics were to occur or had occurred rather?
I do not know. From our discussions in the call, none of us had specific recollection of any specific incidents that would trigger the information you're looking for. But that doesn't mean we wouldn't look for it and see what's available, what the records reflect, and supply it. So I can't say it will be the null set, but it will take some research and effort on the company's part to ascertain what information is available.
Okay. So again, whether you find such events or not, I think the information that we would like to get for each of the safety incidents would be obviously a description of what the event was, a narrative or a short description. I think it would be useful to know whether the safety incident resulted in an outage. I think we'd like to know the root cause of the event as a outgrowth of any investigation conducted by the company or government officials. We'd like to know any corrective actions taken to either restore the equipment or whatever other measures were necessary. And then finally, with regard to East Eagle, whether that event is potentially relevant to the intended design and operation of the East Eagle substation, so that we're not necessarily dwelling on incidents that have nothing to do with the nature of the East Eagle substation.
I understand what you're asking for, and I would just ask my client, the Eversource of folks on the panel, if I have omitted or misstated anything about what we think we can try to find out and what we will endeavor to supply if it exists. Does anybody have anything to add or correct about what I said?
Ms. Evans?
I was waiting for the panel to finish answering if they were.
I will take their lack of any oral responses. I was reasonably accurate in my description.
I
Okay.
believe you were, yes.
So I would also like to add to the information that we receive about any event, if you find any, is I would like to know the impact to the surrounding community, and not necessarily just bodily harm or property damage. In this case, we talked about there's smoke and sound that would impact the surrounding communities. I would like to have, to the extent that you have any incidents that you need to report in this record request, I'd like to know a broader definition of impact to the community.
Ms. Evans, could I make a friendly amendment to that and also add and communications related thereto?
That's helpful, yes.
We will do our best. I just don't know what will be available in that area other than describing what the incident was and its nature, whether it involved fire and smoke or something of that nature, or noise, let's say from an explosion in theory. What beyond describing that, what that impact to the community was, perhaps there is subsequent or contemporaneous communications with customers, with abutting property owners that would exist that would identify it. But I don't know at this point, and the company folks that we spoke with didn't either. So understand what you're looking for, and we will try to be as responsive as we can, but we're in an area of unknown relative to what information we will obtain.
So can I amend also, to the extent that an incident report of some sort exists for that event, such as we've talked about Scotia Street, there's an actual report that was put together to identify what happened in Scotia Street and changes that were made going forward. To the extent that any incident that you identify actually has a report associated with it that the company or third parties completed for that incident, that would be very helpful too.
Yeah, yes, understood that. And that was within the scope of the original information request from Green Roots that I was using as the framework, and then building, let's say, beyond that, not just in temporal sense, but to address some of the additional interests that the staff had on specific elements that they identified. So your answer is yes. If we have those incident reports, they would be supplied.
Thank you.
Again, just to try to put a precision into this, I think I could restate what we've just been discussing and make any necessary corrections or modifications, if that's helpful, Ms. Sharkey.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I was going to ask you to do that.
Okay, so the record request would be as follows. Please provide a table of, quote, safety-related incidents, end quote, at any Eversource transmission or distribution substation in Massachusetts since January 1st, 2010 to present, period. For purposes of this request, quote, safety-related incident, end quote, is defined as an event including one or more of the following characteristics. The first one being a fire or explosion occurrence, whether reportable or not. The second being an OSHA recordable injury or illness to a worker or contractor relating to an event. Third, a local fire department response to an event at the substation. Fourth, an event alleged to and or causing damage to adjacent property or illness or injury to an abutting resident. 5, an event reported to the Department of Public Utilities or other local, state, or federal agencies involving safety-related events at the substation. And then for each such identified, quote, safety-related incident, end quote, please include in table form the following. 1, a description of the event. 2, whether the event resulted in an outage and its duration and magnitude. 3, the root cause of the event. 4, any corrective actions taken. 5, any impacts to the surrounding community and communications related thereto. And 6, whether the event is potentially relevant to the intended design and operation of the East Eagle substation.
And that would be record request EFSB 22.
Hearing no objections. Or maybe I did, I don't know. I have very good hearing. I will turn the questioning back to my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I believe Mr. Wong had some additional questions to ask.
Yes, I do. And I'd just like to say that the next few questions I have are broadly applicable to all of the topics that are going to be talked about, that were talked about this morning and this afternoon, as well as tomorrow. So I believe this should be fine because the panel is largely the same. But please feel free to let me know if anyone is not available that should be to answer, if that's okay. Thank you. Okay, so last Friday, we discussed Eversource's various EJ frameworks and policies. I'd just like to get a little bit more detail on that. That's to help my understanding. To begin, can I ask to confirm that there were 2 different documents that were talked about last Friday?
To clarify, Mr. Wong, I would say that we talked about 2 different approaches. One was an internal Eversource approach versus the external facing draft equity framework.
Thank you. Could you speak to the relationship between the 2 documents, if there is any?
So related to the internal guidelines or principles that Ms. Bowden had spoke to regarding our pro-equity advisory team, I would say that that's a team of internal employees that have grouped together to better inform and understand how we as an organization and as a company can ensure that we incorporate equity and environmental justice into our everyday decision making, not just related to specifically large projects, for instance. Whereas the external facing draft equity framework that I had spoken to is an external facing document that, like I had said, is in draft form. We're still receiving feedback from stakeholders, and that's applicable to large projects or any projects that would be greater than $20 million. And that includes, and as you requested, as part of a record request, you had requested to see what that draft framework entails. So we will certainly provide that as part of the record request, but at a high level, it incorporates similar policies and principles that our internal pro-equity advisory team is certainly encapsulating in our everyday decision-making. But the purpose of the external facing document is for our communities and stakeholders to have a better understanding as to how we would have meaningful outreach as well as a feedback loop regarding our large projects.
Thank you, Ms. Engstrom. Regarding the feedback loop, is that with regard to throughout the construction and lifetime of a project that the community would provide feedback, or is that?
So I just want to caveat that it would be any filing or project that would be over $20 million. Again, it's in draft form, so we're taking feedback as is, but our initial thought was that we would utilize this approach and these commitments that we have in this document regarding any filings or projects over $20 million. So it wouldn't just be applicable to large projects, for instance. If we were to be filing a rate case, for instance, which certainly has an impact on our customer base, we would do this, basically what we're outlining is the type of meaningful outreach as well as how we would be communicating and speaking with both the community in this environmental justice community, the community stakeholders, environmental groups, et cetera, and ensuring that they were informed of either the project or what we are proposing to our regulators, and meeting them where they are in terms of making sure that all of the materials and the projects are outlined in a way that they can understand, as well as they would have the ability to have meaningful input and feedback regarding said project.
Thank you. And this might be obvious, but the intention is to implement this when it's finalized. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I would say, similar to what I had said last week, that just because this is in draft form does not mean that Eversource has not already implemented a lot of these measures into our everyday thinking and how we communicate with our community members regarding our large projects.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry.
No, I was just going to add, Mr. Wong, as we've discussed over the last several hearings, we have been and we will continue to do our very best to strive to implement and all of the requirements for the enhanced outreach. As Ms. Engstrom said, we're not going to wait. We're doing it today. We have been doing it, and we will continue to do it. And that includes enhancing wherever we can, taking feedback wherever we can, and continuing to improve our process along the way.
Thank you. I appreciate both of your responses. I think I'm clear on the external document, and I'm understanding that the other document is internal. I'm not trying to get too much secret details from it, but could I ask, and I don't want particular names, but I just want to understand who makes up the committee that advises this internal document. I sort of like within the structure, is it all within a certain department, or is it diffused throughout the organization?
So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bowden, who's actually a part of that, as well as Ms. Berg. They're both part of that equity advisory team. But I just want to clarify one thing for the record, is that it's a pro-equity advisory team. So it's not an internal document, it's an internal team.
I see the wheel spinning. Did you have an additional question after Ms. Ingstrom's comment?
No, because we talked about the team coming together with some. I thought it'd be a document that they formulated in order to inform, but maybe it's not. I'm not sure what it should be now.
Internally, we do have a SharePoint drive where internal Eversource employees can go and visit and see updates on the Pro Equity Advisory team, and they can see, our core strategies, equity versus equality, foundational equity work, those kinds of things that we've been working on as a team for the last 9 months or so. So we do have a SharePoint site that's internal and available to Eversource employees.
Thank you. And I
just quickly add, Mr. Wong, that I think also one of the key functions of this Pro Equity Advisory team is to educate our internal employees on equity, on environmental justice, and what that means, and how we would work with our communities as a whole.
And to answer your first question, Mr. Wong, in terms of the members of this Pro Equity Advisory team, it was throughout the company, throughout all different levels, from executive to entry level, and all different, Eversource is a big company. And so it spanned all different departments across all of our different divisions.
And the folks on this team were selected in conjunction with some others, but mainly by our Vice President of Corporate Citizenship and Equity.
Thank you. And I appreciate, I think last week Ms. Bowden talked a lot about how Eversource has been endeavoring to get everyone on board with these principles. Is this spearheaded by the committee, by this team, or is this through some other structure?
So as Ms. Ingstrom stated, the team will kind of spearhead this initiative, but then it comes down to department heads and making sure that their team understands, and if they have questions, they can use the Pro Equity Advisory team as their go-to to help answer those questions. But it's really from leadership on down to their employees, making sure that everyone has a clear understanding about Eversource's goals for working, not just on enhanced outreach and those kind of things, but just day to day, how we work with our communities, understanding the need for, different types of equity justice, environmental justice, looking at it from a social justice lens. Not every community is the same. And so ensuring that there's an understanding that, you might walk into a community like, Newton, it'll be different than a community like East Boston, and understanding what those differences are and how we make those adjustments as we walk into those different communities.
Final question on this. So if I'm understanding right, this Pro Equity team is sort of a resource to internally for the company to answer questions that they may have.
At the stage that we are now, yes, we will be a resource. When we first began, we were more of the people putting all the information in these documents, doing the work, making the SharePoint, the platforms where people can go and have some information. But yes, we are the resources to anybody who has questions moving forward.
Thank you.
So if I could just follow up for a moment on Mr. Wong's questions. Are there defined members of this team who provide advisory counsel to the rest of the company?
Well, yes, on the team, as I stated, we have our Vice President of Corporate Citizenship and Equity, myself, as well as Mrs. Baraka on this team. We have folks in our EE department who work and look at EE from an equity lens, environmental justice lens. We have many, many different departments here who are represented and who will be going out and educating folks on the need for climate justice, equity justice, social justice, and those kinds of things.
And does the team meet on some type of regular basis?
The meetings have slowed down now, but typically it was about twice a month. Now I think we're monthly.
And do those meetings have an agenda that is informed by input from questions that may have been raised in the SharePoint forum?
They do have set agendas, and it just depends on where we are in the work that we're completing at the time. And we do any assignment that we may have, we bring it back to our individual departments. We ask for input from our colleagues so we can have different perspectives on different ideas as we submit them to the full team. So it's a very collaborative effort, not just within the team, but to bring it outside of the team and let others know what we're working on before we come back and share them amongst each other.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkin. Thank you, Ms. Bowden, for your responses. I'm going to move on to another topic. And this is from a continuation of last week as well, where we talked about the company's response to EFSB-G-2. I'll give you some time to get there, but broadly, I'll be referring to the second part of that response, which talks about the Roadmap Act and its applicability to the project. And please let me know when whoever is best able to answer this question is ready to answer.
Depending on the question, I may be able to answer, but I'm at that that response.
Thank you, Mr. Newman.
I am too.
Thank you.
Can you just, sorry, do you mind just repeating the reference?
EFSB-G-2.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Newhall, as part of the response, I believe Eversource referred directly to the Roadmap Act and how the new provisions discussed, well, how the new provisions in the Roadmap Act did not apply to the substation. Is that correct?
So it's my understanding that the Roadmap Act applies to the basically Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, and their, I guess, review on proposed projects in the state, be they public projects or private projects or regulatory proposals or regulatory change proposals. So in that regard, the Roadmap Act is very, I guess, broad in that it applies to those types of actions on the part of state agencies. Ultimately, that does sort of, translate down to application to proposals by private companies, such as the substation. However, I think, at the time that we were proposing, our notice of project change proceeding, that act had not yet been implemented or promulgated. And even moreover, how the most kind of, I guess, current or the applicability of any regulatory changes that have come out of that from these EEA agencies have been through like the DEP's air quality program and certain air quality permits, as well as the MEPA office through any projects that are required to file an environmental notification form and are located within specific distances of EJ populations. And as it relates to at least those two regulatory requirements, the substation does not require any DEP air quality program permits, nor did we require review under the MEPA regulatory framework through filing of an ENF or an EIR.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. I appreciate you clarifying my question. Might have been overbroad, and thank you for also confirming my question, which was about the direct impact of the Roadmap Act on EEA agency actions, which then comes down to which actions directly pertain to the substation.
And just if it's useful, there's perhaps an expanded answer that goes on at greater length in response to an information request issued by CLF and Green Roots. It's G2, where for several pages the company describes what might be exactly what I think what you were asking. What are the types of issues and considerations the siting board might apply to the roadmap law as it relates to this project? So if you wanted to refer to that, and there's quite a bit more there.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. I'm looking at G2 right now. So I'm scrolling through, but I wonder if it's faster to ask if there's any reference to the EJ policy updated in June of last year in this response.
There are references to that, but there's also individual questions asked by CLF and Green Roots that go to the most recent EJ policy and the project's compliance with that in that set of information requests.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Wayne.
Sorry, I had read these, but I'm drawing a blank on where those answers are. Apologies.
We will get you a reference momentarily.
I think it's CLF-GR-G-2 that Mr. Rosenzweig is referring to.
Yep. And then I had asked if there was any particular ones that referred to the updated environmental justice policy from last year.
There is. Just give us a moment.
I believe we do address the, I guess, applicability of the 2017 EJ policy. I don't know that we specifically address the 2022 EJ policy, unless I'm missing it as I kind of scroll back through this.
That's helpful. I guess I'll follow up with is the company aware of this?
I'm sorry, Wayne, there's something wrong with your microphone.
There's some noise outside that's probably overtaking my voice. I'm sorry, but I'll try to speak clearer. Thank you, Mr. Newhall. I appreciate your answer, and I think I'll move on to my follow-up question, which is the company aware of any changes made to the 2017 policy that are shown in the 2021 EJ policy?
I think I would need more specifics on that, Mr. Wang. If you
So-
have,
Thank you. I believe that the Roadmap Act had introduced some changes to the 2017 policy, and which are reflected in the change in the 2021 version of the policy. My ultimate question is, has the company reviewed these changes, and can you state whether these particular changes would, or I guess, would these particular changes affect any of the actions that are related to getting this substation its requested approvals or permits?
The permits that we've had to obtain, again, I don't believe that any of the changes to the 2022 policy have necessarily changed, the approach. The requirement for meaningful opportunities to comment on the project, I think, are there and have been complied with in the past. That's not only through our Conservation Commission filing, where we had language access in real-time interpretation, but also through just, submitting public notices out to the general public in different languages, and allowing for those same types of language access opportunities at the DEP's superseding order of conditions proceedings. Again, those were handled by the DEP, not necessarily the company, through the superseding order of conditions. But in terms of meeting the spirit of that 2022 EJ policy, we have allowed for that public input. We have allowed for that opportunity for comment and involvement through multiple different languages. And in terms of whether or not that would have affected the permits we sought, I don't believe it does. I believe that the board has complied with past and present EJ policies, as well as the DEP, not only through the superseding order of conditions that was required for the project, but also the draft Chapter 91 license, and then the Conservation Commission as well, through our filing under not only the Wetlands Protection Act, but also the City of Boston Wetlands Protection Ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. Just to clarify, it's the 2021 EJ policy, is that correct?
I apologize, 2021 EJ policy.
Thank you. Okay. So yesterday, Senator Edwards talked about, and she also talked about this in her pre-filed testimony, about changes to City of Boston municipal codes and regulations that she had indicated would further EJ considerations in City of Boston actions. could I ask first if any of the witnesses are familiar with the changes mentioned by Senator Edwards?
I'll answer for my part. I'm aware that the City of Boston Wetlands Protection Ordinance incorporates requirements for environmental justice consideration. However, at least through that ordinance, there is no specific regulatory guidance on how the commission will implement those considerations. So at this point, it's a provision within their ordinance that is, more or less a single sentence, but there's no additional guidance on how that needs to be considered through, by project proponents or through the proceedings of that commission.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. I think you might have answered my next question, but I'll just ask it and get your confirmation. So could you speak to the applicability of these changes that were brought up in Senator Edwards's pre-filed testimony with regard to City of Boston Municipal Code regulations and changes?
Again, I can really only speak to at least the Conservation Commission's or the City of Boston's ordinance for wetland protection and climate change adaptation. My interpretation on that is that at some future point, the commission will promulgate revised regulations that would identify how they will consider environmental justice principles and considerations within their review of projects. At this time, however, and at the time of our filing with the Conservation Commission back in early 2020, there was no regulations that identified any requirements for project proponents or for the commission to consider related to environmental justice.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. For completeness sake, would you say that, I mean, you'd only testified to the wetlands ordinance and climate change related changes. Could you state whether, to your knowledge, that's the extent of change to the Boston municipal codes, or is there's, is that an answer to that encompasses all the changes?
That is the extent of my personal knowledge. My responsibilities at the company are very much limited to environmental permits, through the Wetlands Protection Act and local wetlands protection ordinances and other similarly related environmental frameworks at the state level and the federal level. When it gets into anything related to zoning or other kind of local boards that aren't environmentally related, I don't have any involvement in those particular matters, so I can't comment on other agencies or other departments at the City of Boston.
Is there anyone on the panel that could speak to those other aspects, or would this be better handled as a record request?
I think unless you gave us a specific, she mentioned several. It might be better as a record request. She mentioned some zoning and affordable housing types of issues, among others. If there was one particular one or one or more particular ones you had interest in, perhaps witnesses could address that. But if you're looking for...
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. I'm not looking for any particular answer as of now. I think so. Maybe the record request would have to be anticipate that. So I'll state the first part of the record request, which is, could the company confirm its understanding, well, its full understanding of changes to the City of Boston, municipal codes and regulations to encompass environmental justice considerations. And the second part of that answer would be whether there's direct edict with regard to what the company is to do or is to provide to the City of Boston with regard to its permitting or approval actions. Does that make sense?
We understand the request.
Thank you.
So I believe that would be record request EFSB 23. And to the extent that the company could provide in its response any information as to whether there are specific new environmental justice considerations that could be applicable to the permits that the company presently has pending in front of City of Boston agencies related to the East Eagle Substation project. That would be helpful. Mr. Wong?
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. I had another question about something we talked about yesterday, which was cumulative impact assessments. This is a general question. It's just, has the company carried out any cumulative impact assessments before for similar projects?
I am going to have to say that I don't believe we have, but I will say that I've only been with the company a short time, so I would need to check. However, it's my understanding through at least state and other local regulatory proceedings that a cumulative impact assessment has not been a required element of a standard, I guess, suite of permits and regulations that are typically required for our projects.
Thank you,
Cumulative impact analysis is something that is typically a National Environmental Policy Act requirement for large federally authorized projects. And we typically don't have a lot of federal permits on our projects, or at least that require a federal agency to be a lead agency in.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. You'd stated that you could get that information. I understand that you might come back with an answer that's no, that you don't have this, that you haven't carried these out, but would it be possible to ask you to make that first request, which is ask if there has been?
I can certainly inquire with my my department's hierarchy on whether or not that cumulative impact analysis has been a part of any project proceedings in recent memory.
Thank you. And to put a finer point on that, if there has been, and I understand, again, it's understanding that there might not have been, if there has been, could you provide one, the most recent one, as an example?
As in a copy of the cumulative impact analysis that the company may have prepared in response to such a requirement?
Yes.
Would you like, go ahead.
Given that I don't understand if we've done one or have done one or not, but if we have in fact done one, I can identify what it was done through, and if those are public documents, I can certainly share those.
If it's not public, could it be done through a, Ms. Sharkey, what are those called?
Are you asking if it could be provided on a confidential basis?
Yeah.
To the extent that it's necessary to?
Yep.
Could you just restate, if you're going to make this a record request, Mr. Wang?
Yep.
What you want, and then we'll memorialize it for the record.
Thank you. I'd like for the company to go and, well, I'd like Mr. Newhall to go and talk to his colleagues and let the board know whether the company has carried out cumulative impact assessments on similar infrastructure in recent years. I guess recent years is not defined, so could we say 20 years? 20 years, let's say 20 years. And if so, could the company provide a copy of the most recent cumulative impact assessment that it's carried out?
That would be record request EFSB 24. Is the company clear on what's being requested?
We are. I mean, I don't know of any. Mr. Newhall will spearhead an investigation about whether any exist. I don't expect that there would be any confidentiality issues if they do exist. So we will do our best to respond.
The one of the things I'd like to ask Mr. Wong, if he needs to clarify, is you talked about similar infrastructure in the request. Would you like to define what you mean by similar infrastructure? Are you limiting it to substation proposals?
That's a good question, Ms. Sharkey, because I understand that in the past for generating facilities, it's been a requirement, but I also understand that those impacts might be different from a substation.
And in general, it's, at least in terms of large generating facilities, I believe under the Restructuring Act, it's been a while since the company has filed a proposal for a generating facility.
Yeah, I realize that tying it to substations guarantees maybe 99% that the answer will be no cumulative impact assessments have been carried out. So I guess to put a finer point on this, could the company, Mr. Newhall, could you confirm that whether the company has carried out any cumulative impact assessments outside of large generators as required previously? I don't know if that's too big of a lift.
Well, do you want to basically say if the company has had to provide a cumulative impact assessment as a requirement of permitting, could they provide a copy of such assessments to the extent they're available? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a refinement of the siting board's record request 24.
Could I ask that maybe to be a narrowing of the time frame? I think 20 years is an awful long time. I don't think it's going to yield anything to go back that far. And it may not even yield anything to go back a few years, but for us to go back and look for the unknown 20 years in time is somewhat impractical. I think we're dealing with more recent issues in regulatory and statutory developments that a shorter time frame would be a more sensible approach.
Well, Mr. Rosenzweig, can you tell me how long ago it was that the Restructuring Act was passed, for example?
That was 1997. And the company hasn't proposed any generators in the last 25 or 30 years. I can tell you that, given the divestiture and the restructuring of the industry. So its facility developments are related to the delivery side of the business, if you will, transmission lines, distribution lines, substations. That's really the scope of its infrastructure development at this point. So that's a point of demarcation. Requirements for cumulative impact analysis are more of a recent development, and well, I would say have not applied to transmission lines or substations or distribution lines, but we can certainly search if any of those have occurred. I was only suggesting the search go back a few number of years, given the effort that would be required to look back 20 years in time.
Mr. Rosenzweig, I don't know if you're familiar, but I think you stated that cumulative impact assessment requirements have only dated back to more recent years. Would you state that? Would you agree that that was when the first environmental justice policy came out in 2014? Would that be a good demarcation year?
That would be a sensible place to start. I'm not willing to concede that cumulative impact analysis for these types of facilities that we're developing have ever triggered that requirement. But nonetheless, I'll take your offer of a more recent time frame as a reasonable amendment to the record request.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. And I do believe that in our experience, I don't think many facilities, if any at all, have triggered that requirement. But this is for completeness sake. I would offer. Ms. Sharkey, do we have to clarify the question again, or can we move on?
I think the company, you and the company have agreed on a starting point for the time period of the analysis.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm going to move on to a topic that we talked about this morning really quickly. I think during Ms. Rubin's cross-examination with, Ms. Rubin's questions with the company, she'd asked about response in the Newton community, specific to the Newton community after the incident this morning. And I believe Ms. Bowden had talked a little bit about what's on the websites for Eversource and social media. Could the witnesses, and possibly this is for Ms. Bowden, speak to whether these outlets that we talked about this morning are where most of Eversource's communication with regard to projects during and after construction would be, of a project would be, excuse me.
So on our large scale projects like this East Eagle, we actually have dedicated project web pages on our website for them. My comment was more to emergent events that may happen. Sometimes we'll put them on our social media accounts to bring awareness to the community, but we do have dedicated project websites for our larger projects.
Thank you for the clarification. So is there anything that's being done or that is anticipated to be done differently for this particular project compared to other large projects?
So I'll start and I'll pass it off to Mrs. Baraka, but this project does have a dedicated project website. It's had one established for many, many years. You can find all of the underlying case information there. You can find information on this current proceeding, as well as some of our educational videos regarding this project, but I'll let Mrs. Baraka fill in more details.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Thank you, Ms. Bowden. So a few of the things that are unique to this project's website, for example, we have a section of the website, and I don't have it up in front of me, so bear with me as I'm working through it in my mind. We have a section in this website where any visitors to the website can click on all of the project materials, for example, that we have been working through with the focus group between October and December as we were conducting outreach with our aesthetic design for the substation enclosure. What's unique here is we have a survey page so that residents can go in, they can look through all the materials, they can offer up information, they can vote, if you will, or give their feedback on any one of the 3 designs that the focus group landed on to present to the broader Eagle Hill community. So that's one of the items. And like Ms. Bowden said, we have a video also posted on the site to provide educational information in terms of a general project overview. And that is both in English and in Spanish. And I should have mentioned our survey and the materials from our focus group are available in Spanish, Portuguese, and Arabic, in addition to English.
We have the website up here. I can give you some of the headers. We have our contact information, traffic management plans, Boston City Council Committee on City and Neighborhood Services, and that includes links to our load forecasting and East Boston Emergency Response Plan, and that is both English and Spanish. We also have customer notifications that have gone out. It looks like a lot of these date back to 2018 when the website probably was being updated. We also have just an overall community outreach, and then we separate the project between the 3 municipalities that the original underlying project traversed through, and that's Boston, Chelsea, and Everett. We have a section for construction updates. Again, it's a section with all of the regulatory links for the EFSB, a site map to include the substation, as well as the general overview of the project. So it's quite a lot of detail on this page, and it's a lot for anyone looking to learn more about the project, whether they're in the East Boston neighborhood or they're in, Western Mass. They can go in here and find out a lot of information about this project.
And just to add on to what Ms. Bowden said, Mr. Wong, you had asked earlier around outreach prior to a project versus during construction. And we also have a section on this webpage around construction updates that would be updated, as we are performing construction in each of these neighborhoods with updates for the community to understand what the schedule would look like and where we would be. So that's updated frequently.
I don't know if the company or witnesses would have this information, but do you often get a lot of communication from the public during construction or even after a project is put into use?
So we have dedicated field outreach folks who are out when we have a project in active construction. We have teams of individuals who will be sure to alert abutters and businesses, residents of the upcoming construction. So we try our very best to answer questions face to face when we're out in the field, but we have multiple ways for residents to get in touch with us, or business owners or members of municipal staff, whether it's through our project hotline or our individual field outreach team cell phone numbers.
Thank you. Mrs. Barrett, do you have, can you give me a general idea of what concerns would be? Would they be more localized in terms of direct impacts to the project, or do you still field comments about the existence of the project during these during these types of communications?
Yeah, when projects go into construction, in my experience, the concerns are typically hyper local, related to, I need to get into my driveway. How long is this steel plate going to be in front of my house? There is damage to my lawn. Can you please help rectify that? So I would consider those hyper local, individualized concerns that we address on a case-by-case basis as they arise.
And to the second part of my question, which was, do you get any communications after projects come into use?
I'm gonna Ms.
Yeah,
Bowden,
so-
I'm gonna throw that to you because she handles the sort of post-project.
Meredith and her team do a
I'm
phenomenal.
sorry, forgive me. I need to go off the record.
Off the record?
I have a technical issue, sorry.
Take your time, Alan. Do you want to take a break now, Alan? I mean, a longer break?
It might be most convenient. I know we're in the middle of a question, but that might be the best idea.
Okay. Why don't we take a 15-minute break and come back at 3:30?
And sorry, but you're going to need to connect again.
Alan, are you talking about to the real-time transcript?
I am, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like I'm all set, Alan. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
So let's go back in the record. Before the break, Mr. Wong was asking questions regarding the company's use of its project website to communicate with residents with different types of information at different stages of the project. And I believe the pending question was, does the company get any communications through the website after projects come into use? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. And I think Ms. Bowden was beginning to talk about post-project communications.
Post-project communications would typically flow through the community relations team, and typically we do not receive many communications after a project has been constructed and put in service.
I appreciate that, Ms. Bowden, but it sounds like Eversource will keep that channel open even though it may not expect to receive a lot of communications. Is that correct?
The project hotline is always available as it moves from project to project, but for anything post-project, someone may reach out via that website to the project hotline, but if it is post-project, those kinds of calls are then given to me to respond to. Typically post-project, whether it's 6 months or a year or 2 years down the line, go through another form of a customer reaching out, maybe the 1-800 number, the normal kind of Eversource communications.
Thank you. And
just to be clear, is by post project, do you mean after the completion of construction?
Yes, once construction is complete and let's say in this case, the substation is put online. Yes.
And I would even even further clarify, we would even say post restoration. So making sure that once, all the loam and seed is planted and the trees are planted and everything is tied up with a bow, so to speak, that would be what we would consider project completion. But even after that is done, residents have many ways to get in touch with Eversource if they have questions or concerns.
Thank you. And if I understand Ms. Bowden's testimony before, immediately after, it would be more likely to be the community relations team, but further down the road, it would probably go to the general hotline. Is that correct?
The community relations will always handle these kinds of inquiries. The way that they come in may differ post-project and restoration. And so if we're if someone calls the 1-800 number, our customer service reps may send an email to a community relations representative to respond to the customer's inquiry. They come from different places, but community relations will always be the team to respond.
Thank you.
Can I just add to what Ms. Bowden and Ms. Barica had stated, is that during construction and pre-approval of the project and throughout kind of the entirety of the project, Ms. Barica's team in project outreach and in Ms. Bowden's team in community relations work hand in hand. So community relations is familiar with who are, the abutters to that station or project per se. And so if post-project, any of those abutters or anyone that, is active within that project, community relations would certainly know who those abutters are, who is actively involved in that project. And so they may reach out directly to community relations post-project if they had any questions or concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for the additional information. Okay, so I've one final line of questioning, and it's to bring it back to the project alternatives. I wanted to get this in before Mr. Rosenzweig did the redirect.
Mr. Wong, could I just interrupt you for a brief moment?
Yes.
Before you shift to that line of questions?
Yes.
I do have one question I'd like to ask, and I see that Mr. Martinez is here in the panel, and he may be the person to help respond. I don't want to lose him before the end of the day. That's all right. Okay.
I'm available, Mr. Green.
How are you doing today?
Good.
Good. Last Wednesday, at the hearing, I was asking questions, and I think you were the responding witness about the companies and organizations that were the step loads that were depicted in the Chelsea peak load forecast. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And we were talking specifically about Suffolk Downs, and our discussion led to my asking record request EFSB-8 for supporting documentation on the load projections for the Suffolk Downs step loads, and whether there was a load letter or any other materials that you used from the customer to support the forecast. I believe in that line of questions you indicated that Suffolk Downs was the only customer among the step load accounts that had not produced a load letter, and that the company did have such letters from the other customer accounts. I'd like to see if we have that already in the record, and if not, make a request for that as a separate record request.
Are you asking for a copy of the load letters from the other customers?
Yes, I am. And any other supporting documents that substantiate the load projections for those clients.
Yep, I understand the question.
Do you know if we have that documentation in the record currently, or is that just available but not yet in the record?
I don't think we've submitted the specific load letters on record request yet. So that information is not there. We did submit kind of our, specifically for Suffolk Downs, we did submit information in our approach to estimating the load, but not customer information submitted to the company. We have not submitted that.
Okay. I've never seen a load letter, so I have no idea whether it's a single paragraph or a very detailed report. But what I'm really looking for is as much documentation and direct communication from the customer that provides detail supporting the step load forecasts for each client.
Correct. And obviously, I mean, we might need to, there might be customer information there. So I'm not sure after the process if we have to submit it as I think this came up earlier, so I'm not sure what is the process for submitting, if it has to be sealed or not, depending on the individual information that's there. But we'll assess when the time comes.
If Mr. Rosenzweig needs to file a motion for protective treatment with a copy of the record request response, certainly we'll review that at that time. I also know that often there are ways to redact some of the customer's specific information other than perhaps the load information, to the extent we need to limit kind of the scope of application of confidential information. So go ahead.
Ms. Sharkey, I just wanted to think ahead a little bit, and if there is customer sensitive information that requires a confidential submission, will other parties in the case be able to obtain that information with a non-disclosure agreement?
I would just, for the record, and Mr. Turner's on the line. Yes, he's part of the Zoom. CLF, the Council for CLF and Green Roots have executed our NDA, and we have supplied them with confidential documents that were subject to our motion for protective order already. And if this were in that category, that the same result would follow suit.
Very good. Glad to hear it.
And if I just may say briefly, I don't think on behalf of residents we're seeking anything that's confidential, so we don't need to get into NDAs. We're very happy to proceed kind of on a separate but related tracks that we're already proceeding on.
So, Mr. O'Brien, what you would, the parties who have not submitted and the public who have not executed a non-disclosure agreement for material for which the company is requesting protective treatment receive a redacted version of the information. And in practice, we try to limit the amount of redaction necessary in order to preserve the public's access to the most information that can suitably be provided.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So, Mr. Green, would you like to repeat your record request?
I could. I think the witness seemed to understand exactly what I was looking for, so maybe we could just let the transcript describe it if it's clear to Mr. Martinez.
It is clear to me.
Okay. In that case, pursuant to the discussion between Mr. Green and Mr. Martinez, and with Mr. Rosenzweig's intercession as necessary, that would be record request EFSB 25.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, back to you.
Thank you. So we've talked extensively about project alternatives already. I just have a series of questions that will wrap up that line of questioning. And I hope the panel here is able to answer the questions. I understand Mr. Freeman's not here today, but could I ask initially if the panel is familiar with the Eversource's discussion? Well, if the panel is familiar with the options for non-wires alternatives for the Chelsea substation in the underlying case, Eversource 2017. I could flash it on the screen if that'll help, but I generally just want to get a feel of whether the witnesses here are able to contrast between then and now with regard to non-wires alternatives.
Mr. Wong, I mean, I encourage you to proceed with your questioning. Mr. Freeman will be available tomorrow, and I think the rest of the panel is available tomorrow. I don't know if this will be a long line of examination or followed by other topics. and insofar that this may require some refreshing of their recollection with historical information, it may be more appropriate if we are going to go into tomorrow for them to have an opportunity to review that prior to responding. So I look for some guidance for you or weighing those considerations, because Mr. Freeman is a key member of this panel, and unexpectedly he is unavailable this afternoon.
I understand. I have about 5 questions that are really yes or no questions. And I can ask them tomorrow, but I don't know that we go beyond 10 minutes. But could I ask the questions now? And if the witnesses aren't able to answer, then we'll figure out how to handle that, if that's okay.
Fair enough.
Thank you. And I understand also, from Mr. Rosenzweig's your interjection that the witnesses may need some time to refresh their memories on what's in the underlying proceeding. So can I ask if the witnesses confirm that? Do you need some time?
Yeah,
It's the question.
How about we ask the question, because I know you're referring to the original petition. So I am familiar with the original petition, not necessarily familiar with some of the analysis, but I can try my best, and if not, like Mr. Rosenzweig said, we can have other members answer at a later time. But why don't we try it, and let's see.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'd like to then refer the company also to its information requests for response in this proceeding, EFSB-PA-3, where I believe the board had asked the company to discuss non-wires alternatives as well, but in the context of the present. And let me know when you're ready to with that in front of you.
I have EFSB-PA-3 in front of me.
Thank you. And give me 1 second. Okay. So my first question is could the company confirm that besides the difference in year of need, that ultimately the reduction? Oh, hi, Mr. Freeman.
Hello, Mr. Wang. I apologize. I'm just
That's
coming
okay.
over from another hearing.
We
That's okay.
appreciate your timely arrival, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. So I was just starting my question. I'll repeat it and see if you can help. Mr. Martinez was ready to answer as well. But so I'm contrasting between the company's discussion of non-wires alternatives for the Chelsea substation as described in the underlying case, the initial substation case, and the company's response to EFSB's questions and information requests, EFSB-PA-3. And I'll ask my question while you get there, because I think Mr. Martinez was ready already, is that could the company confirm that besides the difference in year of need, that the discussion of reductions required for in terms of energy efficiency or distributed generation and demand reduction are similar in terms of the amounts and the requirements with regard to that? Does that make sense?
So let me see if I can. So besides the year of need, you're asking if all the other underlying assumptions were the same with regard to the size of the PV and the battery?
Yeah.
solutions?
Yeah, if they were similar, because it looks to me, I had the time to go back and look at both before and after, and it looked to me that the year of need was really what changed between the analyses.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Juan.
And just to clarify, Mr. Juan, you're referring to the 2017 petition document, right?
No, it's the decision that was issued in 2017. So it would have been with regard to the discussions in the 2014 submission by the company.
So final decision, EFSB 1404, DPU 14153, and DPU 14154, dated December 1st, 2017, right? Like
that's correct.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the page 31 to 32.
Okay. So with all due respect to whoever performed the analysis in 2014, Mr. Wang, I would say the analysis that we did in PA3 was done with more granularity, more technical rigor, and tools that we did not have at that time. Since that time, we have developed a non-wires screening tool that we have deployed Eversource-wide to evaluate the viability of non-wire solutions for every traditional solution that we're proposing. And so this was applied to the East Eagle Station. We have also developed an advanced forecasting and modeling team within Eversource, specifically to take on these types of challenges. So we have made progress in terms of the tools and the resources. And lastly, the processes that we've used to study this solution are much more advanced than was done back in 2014, although I wasn't there, to be clear. This is my second year with Eversource, so that analysis predated me. But we have looked at what was done, and the amount of data, again, that was available to us at this point, I think is beyond what was available back in 2014, to say the least. So to summarize, yes, we have more resources, more people, our processes were better. We certainly had better technology in terms of tools that we developed. Our capabilities to do this analysis, it's very much advanced, and it's the template that we will use going forward for these types of analyses. I hope that answered your question, Mr. Wang.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm just going to move on to the next couple questions.
Okay.
And understanding that there's more capabilities in analyzing these needs now, could you speak to whether, could the company speak to whether there's been any changes in terms of the larger grid that could have resulted in different non-wires alternative discussions between then and now, which is between 2014 and now?
Can you, Mr. Wang, can you define changes in broader grid? Are you talking, what type of changes we're referring to? Is it electrical changes, or I'm not sure what you mean by changes?
Thank you for asking to clarify. Let me put it this way. I think there are a set of assumptions that are made with each of these analyses, and they would take into account the condition of the grid with which a non-wires alternative would connect to. And I'm trying to understand if there's been any change between before and now that justifies having to, that justifies us reconsidering non-wires alternative analyses from before.
Okay, so I will start, and then maybe Mr. Martinez will have some thoughts also. But off the bat, I would say, I know this wasn't your question, but let me establish first of all that the technology has changed tremendously. Battery storage technology has come a long way in terms of its capabilities, and the cost has also decreased. So that has certainly impacted the non-wire solutions that we considered for this. But in terms of changes in the grid, the load certainly has changed, right? And as we have demonstrated, there's been significant growth in East Boston and Chelsea, and certainly the station is now more stressed than it was back in 2014. The need is even more imminent, more urgent. And so that has to be taken into consideration. There really hasn't been a change on the station side, and Mr. Martinez can speak to this more. On the distribution side, I don't think there's been a significant change either. What we have seen if we're talking about our grid in general, there has certainly been more proliferation of distributed generation resources, right? Rooftop solar, that's undeniable. We have a high penetration of solar devices. We have behind the meter battery storage. We have EV. So these devices are more common, they're more in use. There's more energy efficiency at play. And so all these things certainly made a non-wire solution more amenable. But as you can see from the analysis, the scale of the problem and the scale of the non-wire solution that will be required to address the problem made it very intractable. And that's where we are at this point. It's just not a viable solution for the need. Mr. Martinez, did you have something to add?
Yeah, and to my knowledge, there hasn't been a significant change on the configuration of the grid itself. And when I define significant change, I mean something at a large scale. Yes, there has been at the distribution at the customer level. Of course, we've probably installed more equipment, more distribution transformers that supply customers, probably made changes, because that's always changing, but those are minor changes. What has changed, like Mr. Freeman said, it's what's connected to that grid, which is, as Mr. Freeman said, more customers, more DRs, right, in terms of PV. That has changed, that has increased from let's say the 2017, 2014 timeframe. But in terms of the overall grid itself, no significant change that could, let's say, change the need of the system.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comprehensive answer for that. So next question, it's a similar question, but I'm not going to ask if there's any policy changes that might have contributed to differences in non-wires alternatives being able to connect to the grid. Policy or regulatory changes.
I would say there have been significant policy changes that have resulted in more DER in our system. And, in terms of more solar PV, more solar PV connected with battery storage. And we know that the policies are driving electrification of transportation and the heating sector. But there has really not been a policy driver at this point that has coalesced around NWA, and that either makes it easier for NWA to connect or provides incentives for NWAs. We have not seen that. I know there's been some discussion about it, but there's nothing like a framework that is in place that would be relevant specifically to NWAs.
Thank you. And just to so I can understand, if there were amenable policy changes, that would, even if there was, like, would that unlock a lot of potential NWAs, or would the underlying the scale of the problem still be too big for NWAs, in your opinion?
Absolutely. It's a technical problem. It's not a policy problem. It's not even necessarily a financial problem when you come down to it. Certainly the cost is huge, but if you could solve that, you would still have the technical problems that present almost an insurmountable obstacle for this solution to be viable. The fact that batteries have to be charged and the station just does not have the capability to charge the battery without running hot for 18 hours a day. And the battery storage solution in Chelsea does not solve the reliability problem. In East Boston, there's a room for growth to accommodate electrification. And so, yeah, you would still have quite a problem on the technical side, even if you could solve the economic problem with an NWA policy incentive.
Thank you. I have one last question. Mr. Freeman, you earlier talked about costs coming down and technology changing. I believe that was in the context of batteries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you speak to the other non-wireless alternatives that we've talked about just now, such as energy efficiency, and also solar, and anything else you can think of?
Yeah, so solar panels and inverters have come down tremendously also. I mean, they're a commodity now. Yeah. So we have seen that the cost curve for those have shifted dramatically. But on the other hand, energy efficiency, because we have, I don't want to say exhausted, but we have really mined the well for energy efficiency and almost exhausted the entitlement for the low-hanging fruit and even the fruit that's halfway up the tree. And so now we're like, reaching for the fruit at the top of the tree. It's more expensive. And so for us to deploy more energy efficiency beyond the business as usual, we are looking at significantly more capital outlay. And what was the other one? So we had energy efficiency, we had battery storage, we had solar. Whether they are centralized or dispersed, battery storage, the cost has come down, but suffers from the drawbacks, which I said before. We talked about demand response, and that has also gotten more expensive. But again, you would have to have a demand response program that would cover 6 to 8 hours. So that really didn't make the cut for an NWA. And if you can have some drivers, I guess, and I might be straying a little bit off script here, but if you can have some policy drivers around demand response that reward customers for 6 to 8 hours of call time.
What time?
Call time. If you can call in a customer for 6 to 8 hours and somehow incentivize them to do that with some policy, then maybe it helps to contribute, but it would not come close to solving the need problem that you have of 14.2 megawatts of capacity need and 121 megawatt hours of energy need. That level of injection just cannot be solved with demand response.
Thank you. One quick follow-up. With regards to the energy efficiency, you talked about entitlements. Could you explain that more fully in lay terms, please?
So the energy efficiency group, and we do have the expert on the bench if we need to call her in, but I would just say that over the last 10 years, we've been very active working with customers, large commercial, small commercial customers in Chelsea and East Boston, signing them up to the programs and getting all of the customers who we think are amenable to participating in an energy efficiency program to participate. Where we are now are the customers who are more reluctant to participate, who maybe don't have enough of capacity to really make a difference. And so it will be more expensive to harness the additional energy efficiency that's out there. We're not saying it's not out there. I think we identified about 2.3 additional megawatts of energy efficiency that we could go after in a program. But because we've done such a good job over the last, 5, 6, 7 years of signing up the customers, the ones who are willing and able, it's not the low-hanging fruit anymore.
So in terms of entitlement, does that mean there's a fixed amount of megawatts or customers that Eversource has been required to sign up?
I can't speak to that, but I can, if you need an answer to that specifically, I can get Brandy to be sworn in. But I would say that I use the word entitlement in a more generic sense, that there is a finite amount of energy efficiency out there. And, we've gone after a lot of it. We've signed up a lot of it, and a lot of it is already in play. And so of what's left, we can expend more dollars to go after it, but at some point there's no more. Or you're at the point of the saturation curve where it's diminishing marginal returns. The next dollar you spend is really not getting you much return. So that was a sense of the word entitlement that I used, not Eversource having to sign up a certain number. And if that might be the case, but I don't know, but we can certainly find out if that's a pressing question that you have.
No, I think I'm okay. I'm all set with that.
Okay.
And in terms of energy efficiencies, these, from what I understand, this is being applied to existing customers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Sharkey, I'm all set for the questions for both these, for today and tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wong. Does anyone else on the bench have additional questions today? Hearing none, we will resume with questions from the interveners. Ms. Rubin or Mr. Turner, do you have additional questions for the witnesses today? And would you like a break before you begin such questioning if you do?
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. At this time, CLF and Greeners do not have questions for these witnesses.
Okay. Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, thank you. Residents group does have questions. And unless the panel everyone wants to take a break, we're ready to proceed.
If you are ready to go, we are most grateful, Mr. O'Brien.
Yeah, sure. Let's get rolling for sure.
Can I just, Mr. O'Brien, can I just ask which panel we've sort of merged to some extent today? Which panel? I just want to make sure the correct witnesses are ready for your questions.
Yes, thank you. So the first line of questioning has to do with environmental protection, public health, and safety. And then we do have a separate but closely related line on the second group. And my sense is that will be deferred to tomorrow, but we're happy to keep on going tonight too if we want to.
All right, let's see where we go. And I would look for our sort of environmental protection and such witnesses to be at the ready. Thank you. Sure.
So just to get started, I'm going to refer to some documents from the EFSB 14.4. And I know that's kind of going back in history, but it is an important one for this line. So it's the EFSB RR 24-1 and EFSB RR 28. And those were included in a single transmittal letter dated March 1st, 2016. And so once you get that, or I can just talk about it if that's easier.
Well,
can you just hold a minute?
Sure.
Does the company have those readily available?
If we do electronically, that was a matter that albeit related to this, was years ago and over 1,000 exhibits in that case. So we just need a little bit of time to get those exhibits to the witnesses. And so we will do that and let you know when they have them. Just wanted to confirm with you, Mr. O'Brien, that you were asking about, let's see.
It's the wetlands restoration plan, and it's the proposed East Boston multi-use municipal center.
Okay. So it was rec requests 24 and 28, and one of them may have had an attachment that you were referencing.
Yeah, and those documents are in multiple places, but this is the one place where they're both in the same place, so it's a little easier. And also, I do have a question, sort of a procedural question. I wanted to also make a reference to some of the testimony yesterday between Ms. Evans and Mr. Lowe. And can I simply refer to it, or should it be read into the record? Or what's the best way to get that to people's attention?
Are you asking follow-up questions where you want to refer them to portions of yesterday's transcripts?
Yes, I think it would be helpful. It's page 944, starting at line 6, and then through page 945 to line 12.
Okay, if the company can review that as well. Mr. Rosenzweig, do you need a break so that the company can pull those up?
I think that would be best. And I guess I would ask Mr. O'Brien if you have other documents that may be part of this sequence. Maybe we can gather all of them at the same time and save time overall.
Yeah, for sure. No, those were the two. One was a transcript, and the other was the two reference. I wanted to get them out there at the start. So just those documents.
Okay. If we could have a 5-minute break or so, Ms. Sharkey, that would be very useful. Thank you.
That would be fine. We'll come back at 4:16.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was the back on the record?
Thank
Did
you for
the
the, I'm sorry.
Did the company have the opportunity to be able to locate the underlying documents that Mr. O'Brien referenced in his question?
We were, thank you.
So, Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, yes, thank you. So we'll get to those documents, but I wanted to have us all have them when we do get to them. So this is a series of questions relating to the health, safety, and environmental impacts, and it does touch on the individual impact of a substation and then the question of cumulative impact. So that's kind of framing it. So our first question is, what is the baseline that the company uses for evaluating individual and cumulative impacts? And I can clarify that if that's necessary.
What type of impacts are you referring to, Mr. O'Brien?
These would be any, they would range from the ones that were identified earlier from a event at a substation or potential other cumulative impacts that we can get into in terms of land use, which is kind of where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I'm not following your question. Is your or your question may assume the company has to analyze cumulative impacts in justifying this facility, which we would certainly contest.
Yeah, fair enough. So let's just focus for the moment for individual and say, does the company start with the baseline condition of the site as it exists pre-remediation or post-remediation?
For what purpose?
For evaluating the impacts that it is required to evaluate.
So you're saying, for example, in evaluating the potential environmental impacts associated with the construction and operation of the substation?
Yes.
Question as concisely as possible. We considered the contaminated condition of the current proposed substation site in our assessment of the property and what would need to be done in terms of cleaning that up so that the property would be in a developable condition for use as a substation. And just to kind of put a further point on it, we then analyze the proposed actions in post-construction conditions that would be in place to develop the site as a substation. And we do that as it relates to regulatory permitting frameworks that are in place at the time we file our permit applications. That is not only for the Energy Facility Siting Board, but for DEP and other local boards. And so we, I guess, start from an existing conditions perspective and then, go from that point forward to the proposed conditions development.
Yes, thank you. And to what extent, if any, does the company evaluate surrounding conditions in establishing this environmental analysis baseline? Surrounding, I mean immediately surrounding, but also within the neighborhood or region for that matter.
So that is taken into account during our Energy Facility Siting Board proceedings as it relates to the siting of the substation itself. There are also other typically local regulatory frameworks that would consider surrounding conditions, I guess, in that regard, such as requirement to get Boston Parks review for any actions within 100 feet of a city playground. So there's I guess a couple of different ways that we consider those existing adjacent land uses and other conditions.
Would the company agree that East Boston is at least moderately industrialized neighborhood?
I think your question's too vague. I mean, we've all had testimony from our witnesses about the conditions and mix of uses in East Boston. I just sort of lodged a provisional objection to the extent that Mr. O'Brien is trying to rehash our site selection process. That is well plowed ground at this point, and that ship has passed.
No, I'm certainly not trying to do that. I'm having a logical chain of argument, which I think will lead to some meaningful information for the board. So yesterday in the questioning between Ms. Evans and Mr. Lowe, the question came up about how appropriate, if at all, it would be for the board to consider alternative uses for a site. And would the company agree that what the board has to do is consider the project that's right in front of it and not consider alternative uses?
I object. That's a legal question and one that we can brief, and certainly it's one that ultimately the siting board itself has to answer. We propose a facility to them and they evaluate it based on their statutory and regulatory standards.
Yeah, fair enough. Just looking briefly at the two adjacent land uses that were in the reference documents, turning first to the multi-benefit, the City of Boston Municipal Multi-Benefit. Does the company agree that at one point the City of Boston had considered building a soccer field on the site where the substation is now proposed?
I can only speak to the exhibits that are on hand and that you've asked us to look at. In my review of those documents, the City of Boston was considering this property for, different uses, and much like any planning, those plans can develop and change based on, a city's needs and its, proposed use for its properties. That's really all I can comment on to the extent of your question.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. And looking at the second adjacent use, which was the urban wild, the Condor Street urban wild, and the related seashore, the riverfront. In the very first proceeding, the board did ask about the Chelsea Creek Restoration Project. And is the company aware now of the status of that project?
I am not personally aware of the status of that project.
The line of questioning between Ms. Evans and Mr. Lowe suggested that under certain circumstances, it might be appropriate for the board to consider how far along or whether there were live alternative proposals in weighing the environmental impact, the question of providing reliable energy and cost. And does the company agree that questions of these alternative uses could be meaningful to the community in its evaluation and reaction to the substation?
I'm not clear on the relevance of that question to the siting board's determination in this proceeding.
Sure, it goes to well, let me try another question and maybe it'll be clearer. Yesterday, Mr. Green asked Ms. O'Brien about some of the cities of Boston's procedures with respect to siting of the substation. And Ms. O'Brien stated that the city wasn't entirely always forthcoming or public about some of its decision-making. And would the company agree that the East Boston residents' reaction to the substation might be grounded in the first loss of the soccer field use, and then the second, well, I'll stop there, the loss of the soccer field use?
I don't see our witnesses as being able to speak to that, and being in a position to speak for the community members and what is causing their reaction, pro or con, for this facility. That's
Fair.
really not for us to say.
Fair enough. So the company in earlier today talked at some length about its community outreach efforts. And I would ask then, has the company become aware through these extensive community outreach efforts that a soccer field was proposed and that the substation would replace that soccer field?
We understand that there was a soccer field proposed at one time. We don't work, although we have strong partnerships with the city of Boston, we don't work for the city of Boston or within that entity. So we don't know what those discussions were or why those plans never came to fruition. I think we heard some previous testimony that based on this site and the cleanup and remediation that was needed there were limitations to what this site could actually be. And so again, we can't speculate on why the city did not move forward with those soccer plans, but yes, we did understand that there were some plans at one time or another to build a soccer field here.
Thank you. Would the company agree that
if I could add, Mr.
Sure.
O'Brien? So in the notice of project change, it was Green Roots. I believe it was John Walkie and maybe Marianne Bongiovanni who brought that topic forward. And it was really a topic for the city of Boston to address. And if you go to bottom of page 33 and the top of page 34 in the final decision associated with the notice of project change, and I'll read it. It basically says the company understands that the city is still in feasibility phase regarding its plans for the balance of the city parcel. So we're not in a position to really understand or have any knowledge or make any assumptions on what the city is doing with their property.
Certainly. Would the company agree that the reason that the soccer field, one of the reasons that the soccer field public use did not come to fruition was because the company and the city entered into an agreement to build a substation there?
I think that's asked and answered. Ms. Bowden just responded to that.
I believe Ms. Bowden says the company did not understand why the plans didn't come to fruition. And I'm seeking clarification whether the company understands that the reason that let me start it, I'll phrase it as a question. And the question is, does the company agree that the reason that the soccer field, which had been promised to the East Boston community, did not come to fruition was because the company and the city entered into an agreement to build a substation?
I think we have to disagree with that statement. We can't make or land an opinion about why this soccer field did not come to fruition. It could very well be that there's a soccer field across the street at the American Legion playground, but we can't speculate as to why an additional soccer field was not constructed here.
Sure, thank you. So I'm going to shift gears just a little bit, but it's sort of staying on the same theme. In earlier questioning today, in discussion today, the issue came up about whether the city of Boston has incorporated into its municipal codes and various reviews questions of environmental justice or cumulative impacts. And I'll just say parenthetically, Mr. Newhall is right that the Conservation Commission hasn't formulated their environmental justice, and that's considerations, and that's been a point of concern for residents, certainly. But would the company agree that City of Boston, or any municipality, but let's stick with City of Boston goals and priorities are already embedded in existing municipal codes, such as the zoning code.
Do you mind repeating that question?
No, not at all. Would the company agree that City of Boston goals and priorities for land use are embedded in the zoning code?
Well, I have to say that the question is irrelevant because to the extent the zoning code applies to this project, we applied for and received a zoning exemption from the siting board in a prior order. And so the extent to which the zoning code does or does not incorporate municipal policies is now irrelevant to the proceeding in that the relief has already been granted by the board.
Yes, that's a reasonable point. Would the company agree that, as was testified yesterday by Mrs. O'Brien, that the city's decisions to grant the zoning relief were done without any public consultation?
Well, again, the siting board's process is public. So I don't know that there was an absence of public awareness or public notice of the request for zoning relief or placing a substation at that site in furtherance of the company's application to site the substation in East Boston. I think you get to the same answer.
So is it the company's position that the simple filing, the not in substantial work involved, granted, of filing a petition with the facility siting board constitutes sufficient notice to East Boston residents concerning a potential waiver of zoning provisions?
Mr. Rosenzweig, I saw you nod, so I was not clear whether you were going to provide a response yourself or if you were going to allow the witnesses to respond.
The witnesses can respond. My only statement is the same as that I've been making, that we went through the siting board's process. The siting board's process requires notice. We complied with that process. The siting board made decision based on an evidentiary record and whatever parties to that proceeding had to say. And it speaks for itself. But if the witnesses have more to add, then I welcome that.
So to the extent, Mr. O'Brien, you were asking for the company's position, I believe Mr. Rosenzweig has provided a response on that.
Yes, in fact, and we agree with him. We agree with him on that response. So we'll leave it there. But thank you for that answer. Just a few more, and then a couple of concluding questions. It's been stated in this proceeding that, and I'll paraphrase, that every neighborhood, most neighborhoods in Boston have substations. Would the company agree that not every neighborhood in Boston has a large international airport?
Yeah.
Sorry.
My knowledge, there was only one large international airport in Boston.
Unless there's one hiding somewhere, yeah, for sure. So with that in mind, the fact that East Boston has a large international airport and all of its similar airport serving facilities, whether jet fuel or car rental sites, major road network arteries, would the company agree that a additional industrial land use, such as a substation, could constitute a cumulative land use impact adversely affecting East Boston residents?
No.
No, I think that's an opinion. I couldn't agree to that.
As has been stated, the proposed substation for East Eagle Street is to reinforce the distribution system for all of East Boston. And I emphasize the word all of East Boston. It will have tangential benefits by offloading the substation in Chelsea that will benefit the community of Chelsea as well. So I'm not sure that, that somebody could make an argument, and I'm not suggesting that the argument is correct, that there is a cumulative impact, but there's also a benefit to this that shouldn't go unnoticed without being placed on the record.
Just to follow up on Mr. Zico's point, an impact can be a positive impact. And in this case, we believe the substation is a positive impact as it provides a benefit to the residents of East Boston.
Certainly. And
I'll just add to what Mr. Petersile just said. I think it's important to note that we want to do the opposite of creating more burdens for the residents of East Boston. In fact, we want to make sure that they're served with reliable electricity.
yes, thank you. Just for the record as well, East Boston Residents Group desires and seeks and supports reliable electricity and also minimal environmental impacts and the lowest cost. So just three more questions. The company has said and described its effort to formulate an environmental justice policy, and it's made a distinction between inward facing, internal, and then until external. Is it the company's position that compliance with environmental justice consists solely of complying with an existing regulatory scheme as it may exist at any given time?
I think I understood your question. I'm going to take an attempt at responding. And to me, the answer would be no. We don't just practice EJ because there's been a mandate for it. It is something that the company lives and breathes and that we do on a day-to-day basis. Before this enhanced outreach was presented by regulators, we were out in the streets doing the door-to-door, doing the groundwork, the footwork to inform communities, residents, whether they be landlords, tenants, business owners, everyone about projects in their neighborhoods. And so it did not require us. It did not need a law to require us to do that kind of enhanced outreach. We were already doing it long before.
I'll just add to what Ms. Bowden said, and I think Mr. Wong had asked this last week. We don't wait for state laws or policies to be developed to determine how we would approach our communities regarding our projects. And we're constantly adapting and learning from the projects that we have and adjusting how we interact with those communities on a daily basis.
Yes, thank you. So that just triggers a couple of other questions. Acknowledging that one element of environmental justice is engagement, more widely inclusive engagement. Does the company also acknowledge that another component of environmental justice engagement, pursuant to both regulations and its own admittedly still under development policies, involves questions of facility siting, such as the substation?
I think we would certainly have engagement regarding the siting of a facility such as a substation, and we had engagement for this project, and we would continue to have engagement throughout this process and for future projects as well.
And what is the company's reaction, or what is the company's position vis-a-vis the stated approach, which is in terms of the soccer field and related surrounding land uses, that simply filing with the EFSB, as important as that is sufficient for letting East Boston residents know that a substation is being contemplated at a location where for many years, a soccer field had been promised.
Prior to us making this filing, we were in the communities. I think you have a list of outreach efforts that took place prior to that and then throughout the process of this very long filing. And so again, we can't speak to the soccer field and why that did not come to fruition, but we were in the community having those conversations with people about the need for this substation, the benefits of this substation, what it's going to do for the electrical system in East Boston, and ensure that continued reliable power is there year after year through their development boom that's happening now, through the capacity constraints that we currently are facing. This substation will provide many benefits.
Certainly. So just to conclude, just again for the record, East Boston Residents Group supports reliable electricity. I think that the concerns focus on the substation at this location and also the possibility of alternative sources should they be feasible. So is the company aware that the Citizens Advisory ballot measure also maintained its own information website, just as the company does for its substation, that residents prepared a information website for the ballot measure?
Objection at relevance. I don't understand the relevance.
Mr. O'Brien, I believe that in your pre-filed testimony, you provided information with regard to the advisory ballot measure. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with that information, did you provide information regarding an information website related to that ballot question?
I would have to rely on my memory, but I do not think that we specifically in anyone's pre-file mentioned the website.
Was it discussed in the transcript of the questions asked of your witnesses?
I'm trying to remember, but no, I don't think we specifically talked about the website. I brought it in because the company mentioned it, but I'm happy to approach this issue in a more sort of grounded, foundation, already established direction.
Are you talking about it in reference to the questions that the board asked today with regard to the company's use of the project website?
Yes.
As a means of communication with the residents?
Yes, exactly. Yes, the question is how well informed both the company and others have made East Boston residents about the substation and related matters.
So are you asking with regard to the company's project website? That's what I'm trying to clarify, Mr. O'Brien. Or with regard to the website that you've told us is associated with the ballot question?
Yes, the second.
So perhaps you could ask the company if they are aware if there is a website that was maintained by the proponents of the ballot initiative, which residents could use to ask questions with regard to the initiative?
Yes, thank you. So just for the record, ask the question, is the company aware that there was a website maintained to inform East Boston residents about the advisory ballot measure concerning the proposed East Boston substation?
I object on relevance, but I also object on form. The way Ms. Sharkey stated the question, you stated as a fact by saying that instead of whether. And you as the questioner cannot introduce facts into your question, or it's subject to strike as lacking an adequate foundation. So you have to rephrase the question. We may still get to relevance, but your question was not framed appropriately.
Yes, thank you. That point well taken. So is the company aware that, let me give it another try. Is the company aware whether there was a website maintained by residents concerning the advisory ballot measure on the City of Boston municipal ballot for 2021, educating East Boston residents about the substation?
Mr. O'Brien, is this your last question?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is my last question. Well, actually, no, excuse me, I have one more after this one.
Related to this question?
Yes, entirely.
Then I would object, because I don't see this as being relevant as to what some other group did for some other initiative. The issue is this facility and whether it meets the siting board standards for the grant of a certificate.
I would ask for a ruling from the presiding officer, or I can try to show the relevance.
Let me put it this way, Mr. O'Brien. When we were asking questions regarding the company's project website, we were asking questions with an eye to the ways in which the company maintains communications with the community and provides information regarding the project. Are you asking about the ballot initiative website merely to see if, as part of the company's community relations people, were aware of the initiative and some of the measures that people promoting the initiative were providing information?
I would say as follows, that the company has made an extensive series of points addressing their efforts to inform and keep informed the East Boston community. The point that residents would like to make is that we and others have been, including Senator Edwards and others, have been equally making efforts to inform the community. And we want to introduce the fact that in the public realm, there's significant information that's equally relevant as that which the company introduced about its own efforts.
Well, I think to the certain extent, given the testimony by CLF and Greenreach's witnesses, as well as your own pre-filed testimony, that your witnesses have already provided information in the record regarding their efforts to pursue community outreach regarding the substation, if that's what you're trying to establish.
Yes, that's satisfactory to us, that description. And I would like to ask one further last question. And that will, yes, thank you. And that will do it for us. Is the company aware that in response to the EFSB decision in February 2021 stated there was no energy justice today in the EFSB's decision to approve the East Boston substation? East Boston already bears a disproportionate burden of industrial infrastructure and the associated environmental health risks, and today's decision will only increase that.
Could I ask you just to hold for a second? I'm not sure I heard you accurately, and I just want to check the transcript. Thank you.
David, would you mind if I ask if it's repeated, because I can't see the transcript?
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, it might help if you could identify the source of that particular statement.
Certainly, yes. It was included in Ms. O'Brien's pre-file testimony as Exhibit OB02A.
Yes, Mr. O'Brien, but you're not saying that was Ms. O'Brien's statement. It was a quote from separate individual. Isn't that right?
Yes, the Attorney General, Mara Healy.
Yes. So ask the question appropriately so we're not deceiving or confusing the witnesses, and then we'll see what they have to say.
Well, I do want to state we would certainly never try to deceive the witnesses, but we do want to ask the question properly. And I'll try one more time. Is the company aware that Attorney General Mara Healy, as provided into the record through Exhibit OB02A by Ms. O'Brien, stated on February 22nd, 2021, there was no energy justice today in the EFSB's decision to approve the East Boston substation. East Boston already bears a disproportionate burden of industrial infrastructure and the associated environmental health risks, and today's decision will only increase that.
We would stipulate that that statement was made. We would not stipulate to the accuracy of the statement.
Yes, thank you. So that concludes my questioning, and thank you for everyone's patience and thoughtful answers.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. At this point, if there is no objection from the parties, I would defer any further questioning of the company's witnesses until our hearing that's scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is that acceptable to the parties?
That is, and just for our preparation purposes, would we be resuming with the need panel or continuing on with the environmental panel? You know, what witnesses should we have available as just so I can check schedules as to how we might commence tomorrow's hearing?
I believe the witnesses that we assumed would need to be available based on the company's information responses are listed on the schedule. The topics for tomorrow are compatibility with environmental protection, public health and public safety, public interest, convenience, and necessity, I believe. Mr. O'Brien, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Briefly, Ms. Del Rio has indicated she's available tomorrow at 4, if that would work for the board. And other than that, we anticipate maybe a similar amount of time on the questions of public interest.
Okay. I believe the indication from both the board and from the company and perhaps even from CLF is that there would be a very limited amount of questions for Ms. Del Rio. Is that accurate still?
It is for CLF.
It is for us. We are unlikely to have any questions, but subject to whatever questions and testimony is adduced by others. So I leave it at that. My only hope is that we actually don't go till 4 o'clock tomorrow, that maybe there's some hope of finishing before that, in which case we might need a plan B regarding the Boston Residents Group remaining witness.
Yeah, we certainly agree. And so if we should break whenever we break, and we can work out with Ms. Del Rio as appropriate.
I know one of the options we had talked about, Mr. O'Brien, at some point with regard to Ms. Del Rio's testimony was to potentially present her on Monday. I guess that would probably be our plan B if tomorrow is not necessarily as long as today.
She did say she was available tomorrow at 4. We did not talk about Monday, but any accommodation that the group can make, that the board and all the parties can make, would be fine. And I'll work with her as best we can.
Okay. Why don't we revisit that tomorrow morning?
Ms. Sharp, may I ask one question? So, you listed off the subjects for tomorrow. Will you plan to also cover the subject that was originally scheduled for Thursday, which is the conformity question? Will we cover that tomorrow too?
I believe we will as well. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Fallon, I apologize that I haven't previously recognized your participation on behalf of DEP. But I guess I was also assuming based on DEP's activity to date that DEP did not have questions for the witnesses today.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Sharkey, and excuse me, and we don't, but thank you for recognizing me. Appreciate that.
I just wanted to raise one issue, which was there was a question that we asked this morning that the panel was planning to answer after lunch. I just ask if we defer that to tomorrow morning, that we have the right witnesses available.
If it would make things easier, I think we could provide that material now. I think our witnesses are up to speed on it.
Presiding Officer Sharkey, how do you want to proceed? It should be 2 minutes or less.
That's fine. If you'd like to address it today, then that's certainly acceptable to us.
Thank you. Yes. So if the panel's ready, this is a question about the distance in feet between the Newton substation and the nearest business and also the nearest residence.
So this is, I think I was prepared to answer the question about the distance of the East Boston, East Eagle substation to the nearest residence and nearest business. And again, that information is within the record. It's within the previous notice of project change decision on page 34, with the nearest residence being 246 feet away from the newest site. Whereas previously at the original site, the nearest residence was 233 feet away. And for the nearest business, it's over 190 feet away to the nearest business for the East Boston proposed substation. Whereas for the original site, it was a mere 18 feet away. And John Zico, did you take a look at the Newton substation and get those distances?
Mr. Zico, you're on mute.
I didn't get it to the library, but I had previously testified that there was an apartment building that was, within the limitations of Google Earth, about 40 feet away from some of the substation equipment at Station 17 in Newton.
Very helpful. Thank you very much.
Is there anything else before we wrap up today's hearings? Seeing nothing, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to avoid silence as uncertainty. I'm sorry. No further issues from us.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. In that case, we will go off the record and we will resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Sharkey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening.
Bye.